Dancing the way and song on my skin. I count like shooting star, you can never resist. Rapping, no man, that just might be me. It might clear this in the ceiling, could be a limit. I'm coming to you where upside down. Suddenly we can't stay but toes down. Play yo-yo to keep me turned on, spin me up. Yeah, wait, don't stop, don't stop. Got a better fate, better all mine. Made my own path, never rewind, yeah. Shouldn't speed it up, waste my whole life, yeah. So keep your eyes on me. We can ride it to this beat. Just come and follow me. I won't let you down. Keep your eyes on me. Song on my skin. I count like shooting star, you can never resist. Rapping, no man, that just might be me. It might clear this in the ceiling, could be a limit. I'm coming to you where upside down. Suddenly we can't stay but toes down. Play yo-yo to keep me turned on, spin me up. Yeah, wait, don't stop, don't stop. Got a better fate, better all mine. Made my own path, never rewind, yeah. Shouldn't speed it up, waste my whole life, yeah. So keep your eyes on me. We can ride it to this beat. Just come and follow me. I won't let you down. On my skin. Better thing to do, I bet it on mine. Put my fingers on, let it on tight. I had better thing to do with my whole life. Keep your eyes on me. Song on my skin. I count like shooting star, you can never resist. Rapping, no man, that just might be me.
Yo, hello, what's up? How are you doing? Let me know if the audio is okay, guys, please, because as you know, every time I stream something's wrong with the audio. Audio's perfect, thank you. Good to know. I tried to do my best to make sure that we won't have any issues this time, and I won't be talking for like 2 or 3 minutes to myself. But yes, part 2 is finally here. I'm curious, have you pulled already for Senadina? Audio's fine, although on it's on the lower end. Okay, let me make it a little bit louder. All right. Let me know if this is better. Nope, because I'm broke. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I have some crystals here, but usually I'm also pretty broke. But this is just me saving up as much as I could in the last 2 months. Yeah, it's better. Awesome. Got Senadina in 20, her weapon in 10. That's pretty lucky. Usually I see most people going to pity for the weapon. So the fact that you got it in 10, it's very lucky. Question: I got her share of finality, new to the game. Which Valkyrie should I run with her, support or something? Oh boy. The issue with her share of finality is that she's a Valkyrie that is very dependent on a specific team. Let me show it to you. If you have her share of finality, you kinda need to run her with her share of truth and her share of origin. That is why it's not really recommended to pull for her, because she's considered very expensive. But since you are just a new player, and I imagine you will probably not go for these two, you could try to play her with let me see, with Ai-chan, who is a farmable support for her. You can get her for free, and she's a very good support for her share of finality. What else? From my understanding, Coralie can also support, but I'm not sure how good she is. You can also farm for Azure Imperia. She's also a good support for her, and she became farmable dispatch, but it will take you a while, so yeah. I don't know, for now I really recommend going for at least Ai-chan, because she's a very good support for her. Were you saving for Senadina specifically, or for future part 2 characters? I mean, both. Because Senadina is a part 2 character that I want to have, and if I'll have some crystals left after I'm pulling for her and her gear, that's all the better for future characters. But that's the thing, right? Because we have absolutely no idea who could come after Senadina, because previously we kinda guessed that some specific character will come at some point in the future, but right now we are completely clueless. We have no idea who's coming next. So that's interesting. Hello Homo, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, thank you Top, and welcome. I brought the Ai-chan Hyperion Premier skin. Nice. I unfortunately didn't buy any of the collab skins. I kind of stopped buying skins altogether. The only exception was Hersher of Rebirth, which I didn't really buy her because she was pyramid gacha, so I saved up from some crystals for her. But yeah, I stopped buying B-chip skins. I did buy quite a few in the past, but I don't know. No skin is worth $20. Can you still buy Valks with Asterite? I've heard that they are removing the future, though I have not checked. I'm a bit out of the loop. Yes, you can still buy. Let me show you. Basic currency, Asterite shop, fragments. As you can see, all the SP Valks are here. Both Coralie and Helia will be farmable from Monday onwards. And what they did, all the A rank Valkyries from part 1 are now in this bundle, and you can choose whoever you want to not be discluttered. And all the augment cores are here. They removed the tab, and both Blood Embrace and Jingwei are apparently still here. So yeah, nothing's changed regarding the Asterite shop. You can still buy most of the SP and A rank Valkyries here. Hello, my favorite Honkai Impact content creator and the only one that I watch anyway. Hello Ali, thank you, I'm happy to hear that. But maybe you should check out other content creators. There are plenty of very talented content creators that do Honkai Impact Third who deserve more viewers. So don't be shy in checking them out. Vita Bio SDPS. Okay, now that you mention it, yeah, Vita would be one Valkyrie that is kinda expected in the future, but it's not like we know if she will come soon or not. As far as I'm concerned, she can come in 2 years. I don't know, I feel like Vita is the new Raven. For those of you who are newer to the game and haven't played back in the days, Raven was not playable in the beginning when she was introduced in the story first, and it took her about 2 years to become playable, and everybody was asking for her to become playable. So I feel like now Vita is the new Raven, where everybody wants a playable Vita, and whoever is stalling as much as they can. I have not yet completed part 1.5. Are there any hints to what part 2 will be about in the last chapter of 1.5? I mean, I recommend, if you already started part 1.5, I truly recommend completing it before you start part 2, because there are some hints at what Vita might do, because as maybe some of you know, the developers confirmed that Vita at some point will appear in part 2, and she will play a pretty big role in connecting the stories of both part 1.5 and part 2. So in regards to Vita's character, if you already started part 1.5, I recommend completing it before jumping into part 2. Homu, why are you not in the special program? I mean, I don't know, they haven't invited me, which is fine. There were plenty of other very talented content creators. I don't really mind. But yeah, it's that simple, they haven't invited me. Is it me or you sound a little bit tired? Maybe I sound. I had a pretty busy day. Oh, and a fair warning, guys. My neighbor apparently is working at something in his apartment, and was drilling today all day. I woke up at 8 a.m. and he was drilling, and throughout the entire day he kept drilling. So if you he stopped since about an hour ago, but he may start again at any time. So if you suddenly hear a drill out of nowhere, just so you know, it's my neighbor working something in his house. Yeah, I live in a apartment block, so anything that my neighbors are doing, I will hear it. Hey Homo, do you know anyone that makes videos about GGZ lore? Uh, Unfortunately, I don't think there is anyone on the global site who makes dedicated GGZ lore videos. I know that there are some content creators that play GGZ. You can check out NorNT. They, I know that they are playing through the story of GGZ right now. I know that there's also Silvo Sane, who is also playing GGZ and streams the story. So yeah, you can check them out if you want. Part 2 map for me is lagging AF. Yeah, I saw some people, especially that complained, especially on the Steam version and on mobile devices, who said that the Part 2 maps don't run very well. And it's funny because this was also a problem in CEN when it first launched, and apparently they gave a 10 pool compensation and some source prism, so I'm curious if they will give them to us as well. Which kinda sucks, because I expected that they will fix these problems for the global release, but well, what can I say? I know that they improved the performance on the CN side. I don't know by how much, but people reported that it runs better, so hopefully they will do the same for the global side too. Yeah, I played it. I haven't tried on my account yet, but I played the beta this entire week, and for me it ran okay. I didn't have issues. Okay, there were some issues, but I think those were more like beta related issues. I don't really expect them to see them in the live game. In the beta, every time you entered those new domains where you farm for mats and the artifact equivalent for part 2, after you entered in those domains, the game would always lag after you would come out. But you could fix that by closing the game and opening up again. And I would assume that in the live version we won't have that issue, but who knows. Yo, Wind Valley, hello, hello. I'm ready for the lore in English. Oh boy, me too, trust me. I will play the story, but I have no idea if I'm going to finish it today or not. I know that it's pretty long, about 2.5 hours. And as some of you may know, I have some back issues and I constantly have to take care to stand up and do some stretching. So you will probably hear me taking quite a few breaks to stand up, do some stretchings. And depending on how I feel, I may not finish the entire act, because if I feel like my back is not okay, I will just stop streaming. But I'll try to do my best to to cover as much as possible. And I also don't want to... One of the reasons why I usually don't stream story stuff is because I really want to focus on the story and take my time with it, take notes. Of course, I won't be taking notes today because it's a stream, but I usually take notes. So that's why I don't like to stream, but I said that since this is the beginning of part 2, I will do an exception and see how it goes, and if it's alright I may do it again in the future. But yeah, I won't promise that I will stream all the story of part 2. How long can you stream today? I can go for 3 or 4 hours, like I said, but if I feel like my back starts hurting, I will probably stop earlier, if that's okay. Yeah, and as you can see, I put Alicia on the bridge to lure out Senadina. I usually like to put a character that is related to one of the characters that it's in the banner, but since this is an entirely new cast and Senadina is not really related with anybody from part 1, I didn't know who to put. So I was torn between Alicia and Hersher of Finality, but I chose Alicia in the end. Yeah, but I guess we can try to see if we're lucky enough to get Senadina early. Okay, before we are going to pull, let me... You know what? Let me lower the volume of the game and... have some music. Let me know if it's too loud. Yeah, no more skipping the animation since they removed co-op. By the way, they changed the PTs to 90. Yes, the PT was lowered, and now it's 90 instead of 100, and everybody's PT basically got lowered by 10. I was at 72 before, and now I am at 62. Alright, I will go through my supply card first. Let's see. God, I hope I get her early. And by the way, we have new gacha animation, I guess. It's not much different, but it looks better. Yeah, so I was saying I was pretty unlucky. Ever since Hersher of Rebirth, I was very unlucky with all the new battle suits. I got them close to PT every time. So I would hope that part 2 changes that, and I don't have to spend too much. Is her name pronounced Senadina or Senadia? In English it's pronounced Senadina. In Japanese and Chinese they pronounce it Senadia. But in English it's Senadina. Yeah, I will do singles until I get a character. Okay, Helia, awesome. Or yeah, or Senna for short. Okay, so now we do 10 pulls. Okay, Coralie. Okay, something's telling me that that I won't be very lucky with this banner either. But hopefully I have enough to get her weapon, and maybe even Helia's weapon.
song on my skin. I count like shooting star, you can never resist. Pick my man, that's just my business. You might clear this in the ceiling, could be a limit. I'm coming to you where
I'm not gonna say anything.
we can't stay but play yo-yo to keep me turned up, swing me up. Yeah, wait, don't stop, don't stop. Got a better free, better all mine.
Next one. Oh, hopefully.
It's my whole life, yeah. So keep your eyes on me.
Come on. Okay, I'll take another Helia, but please stop giving me part 1 Valkyries. Oh boy. Isn't Helia and the other new Valk weapon farmable? Their signature weapon is not farmable. I mean, Corali's weapon will be given for free from the part 2 event, but Helia's weapon is signature weapon is only gacha. You can farm for a free weapon, but that's weaker than her signature. So she has a farmable option, but she also has a better weapon that it's gacha only. Come on. Okay, I'll take another Helia. I swear to God, this game hates me. Fine. Come on, please. Yes, thank you. Ugh. Got quite a few Helia fragments, so I'm not complaining. But I would have loved to get her a little bit earlier. Alright, maybe we'll have better luck with the equipment. Can we get weapon in the first tempo? Okay, nice, I don't know if you can hear, but the neighbor started drilling again. So let me know if it's too loud.
Song on my skin. I count like shooting star, you can never resist. Pick my man, that's just my business. You might clear this in the ceiling, could be a limit. I'm coming to you where upside down. Suddenly we can't stay but play yo-yo to keep me turned up, swing me up. Yeah, wait, don't stop, don't stop. Got a better free, better all mine. Made my own pass, never rewind. Yeah, she's a speedy that with my whole life. Yeah, so keep your eyes on me. with my whole life. Keep your eyes on me. Song on my skin, I count like shooting star, you can never resist. Rap pick, remember just my business. It might clear this in the ceiling could be a limit. I'm coming to show you where upside down. Suddenly we can't step a toes down. Play yo-yo to keep me turned up, spin me up. Yeah, wait, don't stop, don't stop. Got a better thing, better all mine. Made my own best, never rewind. Yeah, she done speed it up, waste my whole life. Yeah, so keep your eyes on me.
Yeah, I noticed. Thank you for pointing it out. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Okay, so still 20 pulls from guarantee. Like I said, I will most likely get it at some point during this patch because they will give out many freebies, supply cards and many crystals, so that's not an issue for me. But yeah, this is it. It kinda went as I expected. I got unlucky, but well, I can't complain. By the way, Songque is not really worth it, especially if you have Elf Kiana. I saw that some people in CN use Elf Kiana over both Dreamseeker and Songque. So yeah, that's pretty busted. And even if Elf Kiana wasn't a thing, from my understanding, Songque is not that big of an upgrade over the Dreamseeker. So yeah, I don't really recommend pulling Songque unless you really like her. Because you can play as the Astral OP in the Osha City map. And you can also put them on the bridge. They have animations and everything. So yeah, that's a big upgrade when compared to elves. Oh, and I also have some pulls on the dorm. Let's get these out of the way. Okay, no S rank. And I think, yeah, this is enough to get Sushan's new outfit. And I wonder, is this... I think this should be enough for me to get the new elf, right? Because I really want Project Bunny. But I have no clue if this is enough. Oh, let me see. Where are you, bunny? I already have 7. Wait, can't I just select it? Okay, so it's 4 for max 70. Dude, I'm short quite a few fragments. But whatever, I will get them during this pending event because I think I only need to meet this goal and it's enough. I should be short 3 fragments from getting the Project Bunny. Man, I wish we had a way to grab those old part 1 gacha weapons somehow. Exchange shop is pretty bad. Yeah, I don't think you have any other option besides exchange shop right now. Yo, got another source prison. Okay. Let me see. No, it's enough only to upgrade her to S rank. I will upgrade them later when I will play by myself. Firepower supply only includes stigs. I think firepower only has weapons and sticks, but they are not that old if you are aiming for those really old gacha weapons and stigmata. They are recent-ish. But yeah, let me stop the music. Claim these achievements. Now that the music is off, you might hear the loud neighbor. But it is what it is. I can do nothing about it. Alright. Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna get up and do a little bit of stretching before we get into the part 2 story. I'm still here, it's just that I got up. Oh, and by the way, I kinda already know everything that happens in the story because I keep up with CN. So I saw people playing through the story. I have a general idea of what's happening, so you won't see me go wow or have any other kind of reactions because I kind of know what's happening. But I do lack context and for most things, so I don't know the nitty-gritty, the details, which most likely will I will find out those now. But yeah, just a heads up, you won't see much of a reaction for me because I already know pretty much all the big plot points of chapter 1. What's your opinion of the story? You don't need to go into specific. Okay, I can't say I can give you an 100% honest opinion because I really need to play it first in English and have a full understanding of it before I can say something. But from what I saw, it's still pretty dialogue heavy. So I know that some people complained about too much dialogue in part 1.5. In my opinion, it's kinda similar, not much of a difference besides the new cast. So if you don't like again, visual novel style of dialogue. I don't think you will enjoy part 2 very much. It really didn't change in that regard. But from what I understood from the story, it really has potential. I don't think that chapter 1 will be anything to blow your mind. It will be mostly introduction, getting to know the characters, getting to know the setting, and the story will ramp up as we progress, which is very typical for Hoyoverse games. They always do this. So all I have to say is keep your expectations in check. For now. But yeah, I'm really excited to hop into it and get to know more, because in the beta there was no text. Even in the you couldn't talk with the NPCs. I mean, you could talk to them, but it would only show some random message saying it's a beta, and there's no actual text. And even the books that you find in the overworld were empty, so I couldn't get any new lore information from the beta. That's why I waited for the game to go live. No, I'm not muted. I was just doing a little bit of stretching. Oh, by the way, have you tried the new mouse controls? Because I played quite a lot of them with them in the beta, and I usually don't play these kind of games with keyboard and mouse, because I think that it feels a lot better on controller. But what can I say is that it feels really good. And I played with the keyboard and mouse extensively during the beta to test it out, and I might say that I prefer mouse and keyboard in the part 2 zones while exploring, but I still prefer controller when doing the Abyss or Memorial Arena. So yeah, might play the story right now with the mouse. Oh, and for those of you who don't know how to enable that, you go to control, current plan, and by default it's on keyboard input settings, and you have to put it to mouse input settings, which is not, in my opinion, not a very good decision. This should be the default option. You shouldn't make people go and change it to this in the menu, but hey, it's better than not having it at all, like we did before, right? I am left-handed, so mouse plus keyboard controls don't really work for me in most action games. Yeah, in that case I imagine that it's pretty hard. Oh hey, it's Reon Gintoki. Uh, Sup? How are you doing? Have you tried part 2 yet, or are you waiting to stream it later? Yeah, but baby steps, guys. I think that part 2 is already a massive improvement in the right direction. And keep in mind that they always said that it's like working on part 2 for them was like driving, repairing a car while also driving it. And it's clear that this is only the beginning and we haven't seen everything that part 2 has to offer yet. I believe that in 6 months or maybe even a year will be the point where this game will truly enter the part 2 era, and I hope to see many more quality of life updates and decisions that will move the game in a better direction. Just wanted to say hi, big fan. Thank you, thanks for stopping by. Doing well, hope your stream is going well. Yeah, it's awesome. I cannot wait to jump into the story. Yeah, honestly, I couldn't wait. As soon as as the banner dropped, I was like, I need to pull for her. So I wanted to do it as soon as possible. They didn't go well. I'm sorry to hear that, but hey, it was the same for me, so we can relate on that. I almost got to pity for her, so I feel you. All right. Well, let's begin, shall we? Hello, Renhua. Good luck, thank you. Good luck to you too tomorrow. I said this on Twitter already, but the designs for the NPC in part 2 is awesome. In my opinion, it's better than both Star Rail and Genshin when it comes to how unique they feel and how pretty they look. I spoiled myself so hard I already read the entire Act 1 weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, I did the same. I haven't read the entire Act 1, but I'm aware of most of what's happening in Act 1. Okay, so we're inside the cat cafe. Dude, the graphics in Osha are very good. Langchu can feel a little bit junky in some points, graphic vibes, but overall Langchu also looks pretty okay. So many books. Okay, so I know that this talks about the history of Mars and the Anchor of Apocalypse. Osha City Foundation Heritage, Anchor of the Apocalypse. In the veins of the uprooted tree lies the eternal fate bestowed upon us by the heavens in this new abode. These were the words spoken by our ancestors during the founding of Langche millennia ago, as recorded in the ancient chronicles. A century ago, the venerable Seven Shoes. By the way, the Seven Shoes is the English translation for the Seven Arts. The new group of antagonists that was teased on CN. So yeah, this is the official translation. Okay, a century ago, the Venerable Seven Shoes left us with invaluable teachings through the same proclamation. Just as withered trees may come back to life in spring, so does ravaged world. So does a ravaged world. Anchor of the Apocalypse. How do you read this? Christined, our most precious legacy. The ominous name to commemorate the world's past. The cataclysmic tide once cast us into the abyss of quantum uncertainty. Yet, in a corner of the sea of data, buoyed by the sacrifices of the Seven Shoes and the benefaction of the cosmos, we not only preserved but flourished, birthing a new civilization within the domain known as the Bubble World. Today we erect a monument around this cherished legacy. It shall endure not merely as a landmark of Osha, but as a beacon inspiring all citizens to forge ahead into the future. May the spirit of the Seven Shoes remain immortal, and may the flame of civilization never be extinguished. The 16th mayor of Osha, Shuangling, on the 37th day of the 18th month in the 105th year of the era of relocation. Okay, so this is very interesting because it talks a little bit about the history of both Osha and Langche. And it's very interesting that it mentions Langche even though we are in Osha. And again reaffirms the fact, which is something that I also mention in my videos about the Seven Shoes, that they are the ones who are responsible for the civilization on Mars being able to relocate in the sea of Quanta, or the Sea of Data, how they call it here. And again, they are regarded as heroes pretty much, but we can see that in the trailer they are presented as villains. So I think that the main story point of at least the first arc in Mars will be centered around them and knowing more about Mars's past and how they got into this situation. Shu is art technique, so Osha actually have official records of this faction. It's part of their founding history. Yeah, it's very interesting to hear.
どうですか? この物件にご興味はございます? それでしたら仕事に協力すると思って、このチラシだけでも受け取ってください。
Are they portrayed as villains, though they had a gloomy theme and dark colors, but not necessarily villains, right? I mean, doesn't Baiji literally says that they must become evil or something similar? I'm asking because you know Chinese, Wind Valley. You can tell me, but from the translations that I read, they kinda called themselves villains. It's not that the trailer portrayed them as villains; they called themselves as that. Vast and tranquil haven, Osha, quality abodes, move-in ready, Antares building. Okay. I don't think you will mind if I explore a little. But I feel like the movement is a little bit limited in this part. You can jump yet, you... Usually this area is a lot more crowded. So it's literally a Kevin situation? I wouldn't say that it's a Kevin situation. What makes you say that? Isn't Mars destroyed like 10 billion years ago? Is the Seven Shoes from back then or the Great Eruption 100 years ago? Mars was destroyed 1 billion years ago, not 10. As of now, the timeline is a little bit fuzzy because we miss some details. So I guess we will find out how everything fits together as we progress through the story. Or maybe they explained it during this chapter. If they did, I am not aware of that. True, they did say that. I'll save the discussion for later. Yeah, sure. I mean, I just wanted to point that out. Let me get to the teleport thingy. Another collectible. Okay, so apparently this lady right here is an idol of Osha, and her name is Moonshell in English. You can see this kid talking about her, and there's this lady who also mentions her. And I'm very happy to hear that the NPCs are also voiced, at least their initial dialogue, right? Because that's a nice detail. And even the Dream Seeker. What's Nightfish? What? You didn't know? It's that hugely popular virtual streamer. Good night and thanks for all the fish. But her fans prefer calling her Nightfish, the enchanting mermaid singing besides the evening sea, just like a sea nymph from the legends. Anyway, feel free to check out her channel, you'll definitely fall in love with her. Chirp chirp. About this poster, exactly, she's the legendary singer known as Moonshell who reflects the stars. She's my favorite singer and she truly lives up to her stellar reputation. Just looking at her poster makes my heart practically leap out of my chest. Oh, Nightfish, I adore her too. Isn't it normal to love several people at the same time? Okay, so... basically they are teasing here two potentially new characters. One is an idol and the other one is basically a streamer. Yeah, basically both an idol and a VTuber. I imagine, I mean, judging by her design, she screams playable at some point. But yeah, let's move on. And this should be the Data Institute, where we are a student of.
どこかで見たことがある顔だね。データ研究所の学生とか?
Well, although I'm interested in the sea of data, my understanding of it pales in comparison to a professional researcher like you. All thanks to those clueless folks who assigned me to a clerical role in logistics. Rendering a rising star about to shine in the sea of data falling right here. Who are you? I'm Shilu, an employee at Osha Data Industries. Yep, just upstairs. We're colleagues in a way. You're researching into the sea of data while I delve into a veritable sea of data. I think that's supposed to be a pun, which didn't translate very well in English. Hey, how is mouse support? It's really smooth. I like it. Like I said, I even prefer playing in the open zones with mouse and keyboard rather than a controller. It feels more smooth. By the way, I might have missed it. What did the Dreamseeker call the material they gather in the sea? Root material? It's something similar, but to be honest, I can't remember either. Wind Valley. We'll get to that point and see. But I remember it's root something. This is a traditional instrument formerly known as echoing ching. Quite fitting, isn't it?
僕が好きな作曲家のスタイルを参考にして自分で作ったんだ。まだ作曲の技術は半人前だけど、君が気に入ってくれたならそれはそれで嬉しいよ。
Dude, I love that the NPCs are voiced.
綺麗な音楽は楽しい気持ちを与えてくれると思わない？性格や経験が違っても、僕たちは音楽でお互いを理解できると思うんだ。
Haha, for me, street performances are more like a side gig. I also run a music shop in the northeast corner of Osha City, performing here just to get closer to my idol, Chunhua. He's my favorite composer. The piece I just played was written in his style. It's a shame he has only appeared as a virtual artist. Meeting him in person would be such a gift. Okay, so they teased another VTuber.
君が聴いてくれただけで認められたような気がするよ。次の演奏もぜひ聴いてほしいな。
Homo, is Dreamseeker's canon name Entropy? Yes, her canon name is supposedly Entropy. It's the name you get when you need to choose your name. It's the same you had Stel and Kaleos in Star Rail and Lumine and Ether in Genshin. And it's quite a fitting name. It's very gender neutral, so you can use it for both the male and the female version. It may sound a little bit weird, but I don't know. I think it's fitting. It's alright. It grew on me. Does part 2 have a replay option? If you're referring to the story, Kifune, no, you cannot replay the story in part 2. Unfortunately. That's the price to pay for playing, for having it open world or open zones. Okay, so this is the home. We have a Roomba that apparently works. Here you can change the music for your room, and you can buy pretty much all the part 1 songs. So if you miss, I don't know, if you want to sit on your couch, play some Rubia and be sad, you can absolutely do that. Okay, so I see that there's a lot of interactable things that were not interactable in the beta. A dressing mirror. When you feel like getting a change of pace, you could use it to change up your looks. Okay, observe the Luoxing astroscope. one of the enrollment gifts from the Data Research Institute launching Astroscope. Although it did not have much practical use in the bubble universe that followed the Great Eruption, the Data Research Institute in Osha City still carried the tradition of giving each new graduate a Luoxing astroscope as a symbol of encouragement. Remembering history is the essence of data. Okay, so when they say Great Eruption, it's not the same thing as we know a Great Eruption to be, because for Earth, Great Eruption is when a Herrscher appear, and I mean, I'm sorry, a eruption is when a Herrscher appear, and the Great Eruption is basically was Project Stigma, right? That was the cover story and the name that Schicksal used to cover that whole story. But here on Mars, the Great Eruption, from my understanding, is when they relocated from the proper world into the bubble worlds. So it's possible Dreamseeker might get a skin from the wardrobe in the future. I mean, the wardrobe right now is used to change her gender. I'm not sure, but I guess so. Calculability representation of the word continuum hypothesis based on the exploration practices of the Sea of Data. Author Chen Ye and Yu Yun. Chen Shui is the girl that was teased in Senadina's character trailer. The girl with blonde hair. Yu Yun, I assume it's another character who is also a researcher. Dude, I'm looking at all of these words, and I'll be honest with you, I'm afraid to read them because all the scientific terminology. But well, let's give it a try. The theory of the continuum synthesis postulates the orderly arrangement of the unsortable imaginary space within, utilizing its entirety sorted by superordinal numbers. The arrangement is considered to be consistent with the mathematical continuum hypothesis. Specifically on the scale of individual planets or stars, the infinite layers of the imaginary space corresponds to the infinite layers of rational numbers in mathematics, whereas the infinite layers of the center of galactic black hole correspond to the infinite synthesis. Okay, give me a minute. Whereas the infinite layers at the center of galactic black holes correspond to the infinite layers of all real number in mathematics. The computability formulation of the theory of continuum synthesis proposed by Yun Yun introduces the revised computability theory into this hypothesis. It is primarily utilized to gauge which imaginary or quantum spaces can be directly controlled by humanity. The essence of this discourse aims to delve into some implications of this formulation and its practical applications in the exploration of the Sea of Data, although the hypothesis itself at the theoretical level remains unproven. Luo Chenxue, Data Research Institute of OSHA, room 8511, Antares Building, Litost Road. Bailu Yunyun, Data Research Institute of OSHA, Songque Street, number 10. Oh boy, this was a doozy. Okay, so first of all, I have no idea what I just read. This is something that I'll have to get back into it to understand it correctly. I picked up on the fact that it mentions quantum and imaginary and Sea of Data, but that's pretty much all. What's it? interesting is that the name of the second researcher is Bailu, and I wonder if this is connected to Star Rail Bailu. I don't know. In Wind Valley in Chinese are the same characters as Bailu in Star Rail, because if it is, then maybe. And also the fact that the streets in Ocean and Antares building are named after the 7 shoes, Litost and Songque. TLDR, they are testing if imaginary quantum space can be controlled by a mortal human. I mean, yeah, I guess. So, like I said, I'll have to get back and reread this. I don't have the mental capacity right now to try to figure it out. Also, hello Forsaken, hello Johnny. Hopefully the rolls went well. Let's say that they went. They went. Not well, but they went. And but the thing that kinda bothers me in a way, but it's also fascinating, is the last part, because although the hypothesis itself at the theoretical level remains unproven, which is a very nice way for them to say that this might be a big load of bullshit. And it's just some random theory thrown at you. But yeah, let's go to sleep. After reading that, oh boy, I do need it.
「星空って不思議な存在だと思わない？命と同じように美しく、死と同じように果てがない。
Okay, this looks nice. This looks like some kind of spaceship. Sort of.
例えば、この星空の下で世界はとっくに死んでいて、文明も放映だったら、それでもあなたは自分だけの未来を探す。そうでしょ？これはただの夢。でもこの夢を通してあなたは時空の果てを見られる。そう、私たちの惑星、死の世界であり、文明の墓でもある。
Okay, so this is how Mars looks right now. Is that because of the Great Eruption?
あなたにとって空と海は生活の中で最も基本的な常識。
And I assume that the thing that we saw right there is how Mars used to look 1 billion years ago. Or sometimes in the past.
でも宇宙という視点から見ると外来者に火星と呼ばれている世界、ルナイからエリシウム、フェニックスからアルカディア。灼熱のオリンポスは冷たくなり、綺麗だったオーロラも跡形もなく消えた。
Okay, so I know that Olympus is an actual mount on Mars. And Lune is also an actual place on Mars. So I'm assuming that all of these are real places on Mars. And everything we see basically is at a certain level based on a real place that actually exists in the real Mars. Yeah, all of them exist. Awesome. You can rest easy Bailu in Honkai Star Rail, and this Bailu are two different words in Chinese. Okay, so that pretty much confirms that they are not character variants.
あらゆる文明、あらゆる命が数億年前の宇宙から消え、かすかな光だけが次元の間に残されている。もちろんあなたたちにとってそれは100年前の歴史でしかない。時間は常に枝分かれし、無数の未来へと通じている。そして長いズレの後、あなたはようやくこの夢に現れ、私を呼び覚ましてくれた。
Okay, so hear me out. Again, I don't have context clues for everything that's happening. Maybe this is already explained in some book that I haven't found or read yet. But here is my current attempt at putting the timeline together, right? We know that from the perspective of the Martian civilization in the Bubble Worlds, the Great Eruption, which is the migration of the Martian civilization from the real Mars into the Sea of Quanta, happened around 100 years ago, right? But we know, due to the timeline that the developers have given us and what the Cocoon of Unwoven told Kiana in the prologue for part 2, that Mars was destroyed 1 billion years ago. And the Cocoon of Unwoven also reveals that time has been frozen on Mars until the embrace happened on Earth. So I'm assuming that after the Great Eruption happened 1 billion years ago, and time flew normally for another 100 years for them, after which for some reason it paused until Kiana and the Cocoon managed to form the embrace, which resulted in time resuming in the bubble worlds of Mars. So while in the real world it has been 1 billion years, for them it has only been 100. So this is my best attempt to put things together. Let me know if I might be wrong with something here. Man, they really stepped up their game with the animations. This is some really, really high quality stuff. And hey, look, it's reused assets. It only took us, what, 50 minutes into the story? Now, I do wonder if the fact that this is the same place that we fought Kevin has any kind of meaning, or is just reused assets.
Konnichiwa. 夢で出会った人。 私たちの時間は違うけれど、何があっても私はあなたを待っている。
私を待ってる？どうして？
I think it's just a design to symbolize it's related to finality. Yeah, that might be.
あなたは一体誰？私は何を体験してるの？
もしあらゆる真相を儀式と契約を通して伝える必要があるなら、それなら私と一曲踊ってくれる？リズムを合わせてね。
Okay, cutscene time. Even in the cutscenes, they really up their games. This looks much better than anything we got in part 1.5. By the way, Homo, you should refuse. Oh, I'm sorry, I already went with it. I assume they would made you do it anyway, regardless, so... Yeah. Yes, Gian, it's very gay. Okay, so this is practically the Mars of the past, which I am assuming will also be future bubble worlds that we will visit in future expansion.
聞こえている？海が炎の声で歌っていることを。私は消え去った文明の代わりに、ここであなたと契約を結ぶ。落星の未来はあなたとつながり、そして時空を超え、無限の可能性を作り出す。
Okay, so what I want to know is...
これでほとんどの仕事は終わったよ。
Why is the Dream Seeker special? Because in Genshin we know that the Traveler is some kind of higher entity that is capable of manipulating all sorts of elemental energy and travel between worlds. In Honkai Star Rail we know that we have a Stellaron inside us, but what makes Dream Seeker special? That's something that I can grasp right now. But yeah. Yeah, these are the 12 bubble words, maybe more than 12. My understanding is that there are 12 constellations, and each constellation can have multiple bubble worlds under its protection. From what I know, both Osha and Langsha are under the same constellation, so I assume there are more than 12 bubble worlds, or there can be more than 12 bubble worlds. And what do you think the relationship is between the Cocoon of Unwoven and Senadina? It's similar to Sai and Vita. I have a theory about that, but I will say it a little bit later. I want to advance
それで契約って一体
until after we get to choose our
も
name
ちろん世界を救う
before
こと
talking about that.
互いの固有時を超えあなたの夢は私の夢に入り込んだ
Because this dialogue kinda implies
たど
that
り着いた人はいなかっ
the Cocoon of Unwoven
そして
and
これからも
the Dream
た
Seeker
私に会える人はいない
are in different timelines, are not in the same
あなたは
place in
世界の
time,
残響
and they
から
are just communicating
そ
through a
して
dream.
同時に時間の止まった向こう側から来たあなたは私の運命の人でこの星唯一の反響
Yeah, again, this implies that she is in the past somewhere, and the Dream Seeker is you hail from the final reverberation of the world, which is basically the final echo. Dream Seeker is in the future when the civilization is almost extinct, and she's somewhere in the past.
あなたは世界の泡に住む人あなたの唯一の故郷その外側には漁師の海の片隅それのせいであなたのよく知っているすべてのものが星の開口として存在しなくなるでも心配しないで私のすべてをあなたに渡す夢未来そして希望この契約の果てにあなたは世界をそして人々の魂を救う
And I'm wondering, does she know this for sure? Because she's some kind of, I don't know, either something with time due to finality or something similar to I Lambda, where she's kind of trapped in a time crystal and she perceived the future and knows what's going to happen.
でもまだあなたの名前すら知らない
セナディア私の名前はセナディア意味は信仰の光そして私の権能私の運命は世界の果てで唯一の光を見守ること
My authority as well as my destiny lies at the end of the world, where it will shepherd the soul light. Okay, this gives up some dead flags for Senadina. I don't know. The Cocoon of Unwoven might have spiritual add-on qualities and thus dream abilities, and in dreams you can see the future, past and present, which would explain how she can do this. Interesting, yeah, that... they might be something similar.
それがあなた
これは
私たちの約束の証世界が人類に与えた最後の祝福アストラルリングと呼ばれているそれは星空の化身大地の絶唱なの最も適した人に使ってもらって最後の残響から誕生したとしてもあなたたちならきっと自分自身を文明の運命を救えると信じている
Yeah, and I love that they basically integrated the astral rings into the lore.
そろそろ出発の時間あなたは自分の夢を抜け外の星から来た仲間と出会うあなたの名前を教えてくれる夢追い人
Remember, Grey Serpent explained that spiritual Adam exists things in terms of dreams. Yeah, and I remember that they also said the same about Honkai Beasts, so I assume that even the Cocoon of Finality is similar to that, so maybe she's connected to the Cocoon of Finality somehow. I don't know. Another theory that I came up with while thinking about this is that maybe Senadina, this form of Senadina, is someone that tried to achieve the embrace with the Cocoon of Finality and for some reason failed. So that would explain why she has some qualities that are similar to the Herrscher of Finality, but she's not quite there. So maybe that would allow to use some sort of power similar to the Cocoon, or to perceive things similar to the Cocoon. I don't know. So yeah, as you can see, her official name is Entropy. Oh, come on. They never let me put that space there.
覚えたよ。あなたと契約した兵装として、私は星の彼方であなたとの再会を待っている。あなたを信じている。
Okay, hello, Ai-chan.
話によると、夢の中に一番落ちやすいのは思春期の少年たち。それは彼らの体が成長している証。
Who says this? Nobody says this.
絶望の終点が予定通りにやってきたとき、彼らは驚きながらベッドの柔らかさに気づき、恐ろしい体験が害のない幻覚だったとほっとするのだ。その後、彼らは夢の馬鹿らしさに感嘆し、己の命に無限の可能性があることをもう一度察する。例えば、夢から生まれた聖母者とか。
Okay, boy, this is going to be interesting. Okay, so we have Ai-chan and Vita, and we basically know that they are kinda both observers, because we know that Ai-chan is a being born from a time crystal, so basically she knows every possible future timeline. And we know that Vita is omniscient because she took Sa's Eyes of Body, so she knows everything, she does know everything she wants to know. And it's very interesting that these characters that are kinda similar are put in this place as observers. And the first thing that my attention was drawn to was Star Whisperer, which we know that Star Whisperers are introduced in the Randall visual novel, and they are basically data copies of a person from the proper world. And they say, for example, a Star Whisperer born from a dream. Vita's existence ascended after getting the body eyes. Lol. They are both above the base world dimension now, I think. Yeah, it looks like that they are... I don't know. I would say that they are in a place similar to Sue, maybe, where they can just observe. Homo, do you have a lore analysis for Vita's outfit and why it switches between one covered leg and two? I don't think there's any reason for why she switches between legged and not. The outfit that is one-legged also has the peacock feathers, so I guess that they didn't want to bother having them on the screen because it would be too much, so they alternated between them. Don't think too much. I genuinely don't believe there's any lore reason or that makes sense for why she changes outfits. She just does. It's something that you accept that it's happening. It makes no sense, but for some reason they like to to do it. Okay, Dreamseeker is a Star Whisperer, so that's what I thought after I read this. Born from a dream, which is even more interesting because as far as we know, Star Whisperers were born from real world people, but apparently they can be born from dreams as well. Which is very interesting. Slowly we are getting there, we are starting to understand her. Thanks, I wasn't expecting a serious answer. I mean, you asked. Because especially since it's something that bothered me too, and I have been pondering on that. But I wasn't able to find any logical explanation.
典型の目で勝手に人のディスプレイを見ないで。あとこれは間違いなくあのものの予想外の出来事だよ。
But another thing that I've been wondering, because from what they have talked about, they kinda implied that Vita will play an active role in the story of part 2, but right now she doesn't seem like she will do anything besides staying and observing, so I wonder how do they plan to introduce Vita in the story. Also, thank you for subscribing, Neptunia fan. Do we know if we can use part 1 battlesuits while playing part 2, or is it going to be a fresh start? You can't use part 1 battlesuits in the part 2 zones, unfortunately. You can only use part 2 characters. But if you're referring to the story, you don't have to worry about pulling for characters because they give you trials.
疑心も時間もその力はそう簡単に制御できるものじゃない。例えば地球人にクルセ平原と呼ばれたこの鉱脈だって10億年前は人を魅了する入り江だったはず。
Okay, so when she says false god, she either refers to Aro or Sa. I'm thinking more so Sa than Aro, but one of the two. And when she says time, she's referring to us. Right? That should be false god beings related or made pact with the tree, or C maybe timeless. Yes, that's exactly how I thought. Just like this, the third known as the Earthling as the. Okay, this I assume is another real place on Mars, which must have been enrapturing by a billion years prior.
その頃僕は生まれてすらいないよ。でもそういう契約が一歩目の時点で間違っているとしたら面白いだろうね。
落ち着かないお客さん、何を考えてるの？若者には無限の可能性があるって今言ったばかりでしょ。だからむしろその逆。そういう常軌を逸した可変要素だけが契約の価値をもたらすのかもしれない。疑似時間結晶にある小さな船の中で偶然出会った2人の旅人は着せずして同時に漁師の海に起きたさざ波を目撃した。
Within a little boat constructed of pseudo-time crystal, two strangers who met by chance both observed a ripple in the Sea of Quant. Is this talking about Helia and Coralie? I am assuming.
でも 彼女たちがこの
Or
物語
the
に
dream
影響を
seeker
与
in
え
the
る前
cocoon.
に夢が始まった場所に戻ってこっそりと若者だけの不思議な旅に加わろう。とにかく何らかのいいことが今起きているはず。
起きたみたい。
心配はいらないみたいだね。
足手まといが一人減るのはいいことだ。
Okay, so we met them all just like that. So we right now are inside of the Sea of Data.
セナディア？あれ？私たち知り合い？わからない。でも私たちは夢で会ったばかりだよね。何そのナンパのやり方、古すぎるよ。
In this part, Ice is saying that she and Vita will appear later on in the story, but for now they are following the story of the youngsters. Lol. I see.
ああ、ごめんごめん。からかってるつもりはないの。気にしないで。あなた、セナディアじゃないの？確かに私はセナディアだよ。セナって呼んで。
Okay, so let me take a quick break to do some stretchings for my back. And this is also why I wanted to wait a little bit to talk about Senadina, because it's very interesting that we meet her again, but this time she doesn't have any memories of us, or pretty much any memories of at all. It's like she has been born right now. And since we have the concept of dreams and time, which is very intertwined in this story arc, and it seems to my point is that the timeline seems very messed up. So I'm wondering if this is Senadina of the past who somehow got in the future, because again, very shaky timelines through a dream or something similar. And the version we interacted with is actually the future self, but her future self is in the past, and somehow her past self is in the future. Because I also saw some people saying that the Cocoon of Unwoven and this Senadina are completely different people, which honestly might be the case, but I don't think so. And keep in mind, this is just me trying to put things together, trying to figure things out as I go and read. I still have pieces that are missing, so it will take a while until I will be able to make any kind of videos on part 2, because there's a lot. Yo, Roosevelt, hello, did I just walk into some time shenanigans? Yeah, most likely. Time, dreams, everything you want, it's here. It's like Hoyoverse took all their concepts from all their games and mixed them together into a story. So I'm gonna have a field day trying to figure everything out. Right, let me autoplay as I'm
本当
stretching.
にあなたのことを知らないの。それに気になるんだ。どうして私たち向き合って同じところに閉じ込められてたのかなって。あ、それだけじゃ理解できないよね。ほら、ここだよ。彼女たちが間違えて私たちの封印を解いたから、こうして仲間になれたの。
Okay, so we were sealed together with Senadina in that
確かにい
kind,
ろんなことがあっ
in
た
that
ね。
crystal thingy or whatever it was.
コラリー、そう警戒しなくてもいいよ。私はヘリア、エルデシュヘリア。前が名字で、その次が名前だよ。こっちは私のパートナー、コラリー6626プランク。私たちは天面。
バカ。彼女たちが理解できない情報を一気
Dude, I
に
love
話さないで。
Coralie's attitude.
簡単に言うと、私たちは宇宙人なんだ。この量子空間で迷子になって、たまたまそこにあるキューブからあなたたちを助けたの。一応期待せずに聞くけど。
待って、今宇宙人って言った？
何か問題でも？
あなたたちに渡してほしいものがあるって夢の中で頼まれたんだ。
これは？
ああ、思い出したよ。アストラルリング。そうだよね。
あれ、でもあなた、
アストラルリングじゃないの？
これの話じゃなくて、あなたはさっき私のことを知らないってそう言ったよね。
どうしてそんなことを聞くの？確かに知らないよ。というより、私にはあなたたちに会う前の記憶がないの。まるで人生がここから始まったみたい
Okay,
な、
so
ね。
maybe she's not her past self.
あな
This
たが
line
私の名前を知ってる。
kinda makes me think that she might be something else.
変な夢だね。
でも、あんたがセナディアの名前やアストラルリングの話をしたとき、嘘をついてるようには見えなかった。
確かに言語自動翻訳システムの追加観測データからもそうだと証明できる。
But there are sometimes
そもそも
shenanigans
私
here.
たちを騙す理由なんて夢追い人にはないでしょ。それにアストラルリングと言ったら星座に対応してる。火星の崩壊獣。
夢追い人、後ろに隠れてて。
Okay, let me. I'm playing with mouse and keyboard right now, by the way. So if you're curious how it plays, you can see it right now.
チャージ完了。逃げられないよ。
動かない。5、4、1。
A parallel self, a broken piece of her world power, her daughter.
急に現れてびっくりした。大したこと
Yeah, I
な
have
くてよかった
no
よ。
idea. I'm trying to figure it out, but because I was so sure in her past self and having the entire timeline being totally messed up, with her future self being in the past and her past self being in the future. And that might still be the case, and she just had amnesia or something, but from the previous dialogue, it pretty much seems like she was born right now, like she didn't existed. Or maybe she's also a star whisperer born from a dream, because we know that star whisperers are based on something. Like the star whisperers in the Durandal visual novel are based on people from real life, from the proper world. So she may be another star whisperer based on the Cocoon of Unwoven. born from a dream, just like the Dream Seeker. Yeah,
あなたが呼び寄
I
せた
guess
んじ
we'll
ゃな
have
く
to
て
see.
そうだったの？つまり私は不運を招く体質？それはちょっと悲しいな。人の冗談を本気にしないで。
それはさておき、さっきのアストラルリングの話なんだけど。
うん、アストラルリングの力はまるでみんなのために作られたみたいだった。
私たちばかりを褒めないで。みんなをサポートするアストラルコネクターとしてあなたもちゃんと力になってくれたよ。
Okay, so in Japanese they call it Astral Connector, and in English it's Astral OP. But why didn't they just call it Astral Operator? Why did they have to shorten it like this? I don't know. It just feels weird. Astral Operator would have been much better. Yeah, Bench, and she also has that crack in her chest, which I don't know, could be related to dreams, and that's why. Okay, I will not talk about it because I don't want to spoil the Honkai Star Rail Penacon Story Quest, because maybe some of you haven't played it yet. But all I can say is that there is something similar that we see there, and Penacony also tackles a lot the concept of dreams.
でもそうなるとますます怪しい。誰かが夢の中でアストラルリングを私たちに渡すように頼んできた。
それについては私もよくわからないんだ。少し前に私はいつものようにベッドで眠った。その結果、私は死んだ星とその後の一連のことを夢で見た。それからどうして自分がこの未開拓のデータの海で目覚めたのかなんて私が知りたいくらいだよ。
データの海。ああ、この量子空間の名前？
そうだけど、どうかした？
なんでもない。ところで、今死んだ星の話をしたよね。念のためどういう感じか書いてくれる？紙とペンならあるから。
いいけど、ちょっと下手かも。だいたいこんな感じかな。
おお、細かいところもいっぱい書いてる。結構上手じゃない。
Yeah, this looks pretty good. I'm sorry that I'm not talking much, but I'm trying to focus on the story as well. But every time an idea pops in my head, I will stop and try to share it with you.
確かに火星だね。
うん。あなたがこの知識を持ってるのはきっと量子の海の揺らぎによる結果じゃない。この惑星の本当の姿を知る方法なんてあなたにはないはず。
Okay,
あ
so
なたのいる世界の泡がこれほど静まり返ってるなら
she's
そもそも暮らせないと思う。
basically telling her that the planet that the cocoon showed her was the real Mars and how it looks in reality. And Coralie confirmed that's the truth, and the fact that because they are inside the Sea of Quanta or Sea of Data, she had no way of knowing how the Mars in the real world looks, since she's in a bubble world.
ああ、コラリーが言おうとしてるのは、あんたがアストラルリングとこの絵で彼女の信頼を勝ち取ったってこと。
ごめん。ヘリアの自己紹介を邪魔してしまった。私たちは太陽系の第三惑星から来た。あなたたちが第四惑星から来たようにね。私たちはお互いにとっての
第三惑星。青の惑星と 赤い白色の巨大な衛星。
And it's interesting that she knows about Earth.
あの青い惑星にもやっぱり文明が存在するんだ。
何その悟りを開いたような反応は。まあ理解できないわけじゃないけど。
同じ船に乗った仲間なんだし、その辺にしたら。でもこの話題なんだけど、これは私たちの高校日誌の一部。私たちの素性をよりよく把握できるかもしれない。
Oh boy, this is a long one. So these are the Hyperion 11 logs. Hyperion 11 is the spacecraft that Helia and Coralie used to get from Earth to Mars. And these were actually released in China since the Part 2 announcement came during the Tokyo Game Show, gradually. And they correspond with the dates that we see here. Unfortunately, they never released this to the global audience. I have no idea why. But yeah. Raven Fantasy, Mr. Homo, which elf should I choose for the event? Honestly, Raven, my recommendations are either Elf Kiana or Project Bunny, but I would go with Elf Kiana, honestly, because she supports both fire and lightning teams, and apparently at 4 stars she's better than both Dreamseeker and Songque. That's a lot of text, yes, and guess what? We are gonna read it all. Okay, September 22, 2023, this is the date when the game was, Part 2 was announced. And this is when they arrived near Mars. Waited on the Ring of Fire orbit for 3 months. Everything is finally ready. The lander of the Hyperion 11 will touch down in the Lunae Marsh district today at 1930 Earth time. One small step for a person, but one giant leap for mankind. Mars, here we come. October 18, 2023, landing status, recorder Helia. Significant discovery. This afternoon, Coralie set out from the base, driving the Mars rover on a northern expedition. Near these coordinates, she discovered an unknown civilization's ruins hidden beneath the mountains. The structure of these ruins resembles a cave. Its purpose unknown, and most of it's buried under sand. Upon careful investigation, we found a small piece of unknown metal in the ruins. Preliminary tests confirmed traces of unidentified Honkai energy. All these discoveries have been reported in detail to the headquarters, awaiting further instructions. Today happens to be the day when Mars is the farthest from Earth, a mysterious coincidence. Okay, so what's interesting here is that both Helia and Coralie have been on Mars for quite some time, literal months. But they have been on the real Mars, and the real Mars is quite desolated, but there are ruins that indicate that there was a previous civilizations there. And if you paid close attention to Grecia's records in part 1.5, she also stopped on Mars and she also found these ruins, but she never got into the Sea of Data. So yeah, November 1st, 2023, landing status recorder Helia. Today marks the 15th day of the investigation of investigating the unknown ruins. What we've excavated from it is nothing but sand. Coralie completed a systematic field survey around the ruins. Nothing gained. As a small act of retaliation, we've decided to dub this ruin Sandpit. Okay. January 1st, 2024, landing status recorder Helia. Spending the new year on Mars as planned. Over the past 3 months, our survey work has progressed smoothly and the plants cultivated in the temporary greenhouse are thriving. We've harvested 3 batches of lettuce and enjoyed our own grown potatoes today. As for the investigation of the sand pit, there hasn't been any breakthrough so far. Every day, drones clear out several bags of sand from it, but we haven't found any more metal fragments similar to before. However, the sand pit is indeed ancient, conservatively estimated to be over 1 billion years old. It's worth noting that most rocks on Earth aren't this old. We can only dig and see. Anyway, here's to hoping everything goes smoothly in the new year. There are still 9 months left until we return to Earth from here. We still have 3/4 of the work unfinished. January 27, 2024. Landing status, recorder Helia. A real significant discovery. After clearing out all the sand from the sand pit, we were astonished to find its ancient cement floor is also a door leading to an underground space. Headquarters is now divided into 2 opinions. One faction advocates for us to open this door and explore downwards. The other suggests we should leave the sand pit for the next batch of explorers to deal with. Both Coralie and I support the former judgment. It takes 2 years for a round trip to Mars. We must provide as much help as possible for subsequent explorers. Besides, faced with the current situation, who can remain indifferent to curiosity? January 29, 2024. We paused the progress of other work and utilized all the drones of the Hyperion 11 to pry open the door leading to the underground world of the sand pit within 2 days. Dr. Tesla was very dissatisfied with this arbitrary act, but fortunately, Director Nagamitsu was more than happy to assist us. Dr. Einstein, on the other hand, is concerned that judging from the monitoring data we've fed back, the nature of this underground space may be close to the eye of the deep on Earth. It's more appropriate to say it belongs to a space preempted by the Sea of Quanta rather than a relic left by an unknown civilization. Considering the difficulties in this regard, we've decided to employ the relevant technologies of genius to breach the spaces of explorers and stairs from an additional dimension, serving as a safety net. Director Nagamitsu calls it Valkyrie Entanglement. Tomorrow we will officially decide on the personnel to delve into the underground space for the sand pit. January 30, 2024. After winning over Coralie in a best-of-3 games of rock, paper, scissors, I descended into the underground of the sand pit through the cable suspended by the drones. It's hard to describe the spatial structure here, even compared to the Eye of the Deep recorded in the archive of Schicksal. There are significant differences between them. Perhaps it's the different influences of the Sea of Quanta on Earth and Mars that causes this distortion. Given the uniqueness, we may need a specific term to refer to the quantum space within the gravitational range of Mars in the future. Yes, Sea of Data. January 31, 2024, recorder Helia. After careful consideration, I've decided to use 3 question marks to represent our current status. In an early action today, I got trapped in a hidden quantum potential well and couldn't escape, so I initiated the Valkyrie entanglement with Coralie in an attempt to ascend, but instead Coralie got pulled into the quantum well by me. The reason might be our underestimation of the energy barrier of the quantum potential well, but according to Coralie's qualitative calculations, the existence capable of creating such an energy barrier could only be the spatial singularities of a harsher level. However, there is still some good news for now. 1. We haven't detected strong fluctuations of Honkai energy, so at least this potential well is not caused by an active imaginary singularity. 2. The flow of time and energy in the Sea of Quanta differs significantly from the proper world, and for a considerable period we won't encounter any due to insufficient supplies. We won't encounter any issues due to insufficient supplies. According to Dr. Schrodinger's theory, we shouldn't starve at least. Oh boy. So this section basically tells us how Helia and Coralie got here. They found some strange ruins on Mars. They started excavating it. At some point they found a door that led to the underground. They pondered on the fact of exploring further or returning to Earth. They decided to explore further. That door leads to a place that is very akin to the Eye of the Deep from Earth, which is basically a place that is connected to the Sea of Quanta and from where you can get to the Sea of Quanta. But the Sea of Quanta on Mars is a little bit different than the Sea of Quanta on Earth due to Mars's influence. And Helia says that they should find a new name for this quantum space. So basically both the Sea of Quanta and the Sea of Data are the Sea of Quanta, but in different gravitational ranges. The Sea of Quanta is how we refer to the quantum space near Earth, and the Sea of Data is how we refer to the quantum space near Mars. Because I saw some people that were pretty confused on that. So Helia ended up going down, but something happened. She tried to use this this device to initiate a rescue operation with Coralie to get her out, but instead Coralie was dragged down with her, and they basically got stuck into the Sea of Data, and this led to them finding the Dreamseeker and Senadina in that cube. I guess this is the gist of it. A TLDR. Let me know if I missed something.
それぞれ抱えてる謎は多いけど、この地に長くとどまるのは得策じゃない。
ちょっと待ってってば。
We can see the dog that we saw in the trailers.
みんな気づいてないの？さっきの風光はあの犬のだよ。きっとそいつが怪物たちを呼び寄せたに決まってる。見たの？そういうわけじゃないけど、安心して。きっとそうだと思う。
Also, while you are in the open zones with Senadina, you can yo-yo non-stop with her. And you can find these things to replenish your Astro Ring energy. The cinematic of Helia and Coralie arriving to Mars in front of the anchor, in which date happened? That was 28th of September or 20. I can't remember. It was literally the day when they released the trailer. Sometimes at the end of September. That's the first entry. Oh boy. So in essence, these are basically Honkai beasts from Mars, right? Did I understood this correctly? Okay, maybe I should have waited. I played through the part where they said greater option in Chinese dialogue. They used the word Honkai for it, I believe. Interesting. Also, if you noticed, they change how they do the visual novel presentation. So first of all, the amount of dynamic cutscene and visual novel presentation is a lot more balanced than before, because in part 1.5 and the ending of part 1 it was mostly 80% visual novel dialogue and the rest was dynamic camera, and this time they kept the visual novel presentation and they kind of balanced it out. It feels like they are more equal in terms of which one they use more, but they changed some things. Like you can see here, the characters are closer to the screen and are slightly tilted to give a more 3D feeling, which it works. It looks a lot better. I was hoping they would fully transition to Genshin, how Genshin Star Rail and ZZZ does. I mean, ZZZ has the same visual novel style dialogue, and also Star Rail does a very lazy job at how they use their camera. Star Rail just throws the camera in there and doesn't. It's not for Star Rail. It's not a dynamic camera unless you play a major story quest or an important moment. A lot of the time Star Rail will just throw the camera and the characters would just stay there and talk. Honestly, I prefer this over what Star Rail does. If you're just going to put a fixed camera and make me stare at the backs of the characters, I would honestly prefer to have a 2D background, and at least this way I can see the faces of the characters and hear them talk. So I honestly prefer this over what Star Rail does. Genshin on the other hand does an excellent job with their camera work. Even for events or quests that are less important, to say so, they always have a very, very good use of their camera.
でもすでに相手を見失った今、どう進むべきかを決めた方がいいんじゃない？少なくとも同じ場所に留まったまま未知の敵に襲われ続けるような事態を避けられると思う。
Okay, sorry about that. I wanted to make sure I understood what they said.
それはどうかな。でもあなたたちはこの私大魔王コラリー様が出した答えを受け入れるしかないんだ。はっはっは。
That laugh. Ha ha ha.
もう結論を出したの？
It's even funnier because nobody seems to pick up on her jokes.
あなたたちにユーモアのセンスがないのは分かった。
And I wonder if this will be a recurring joke that
本題に戻ろう。
the people on Mars can comprehend dark humor from Earth, or it's only these two.
具体的な方法は割愛させてもらうけど、今の私たちが唯一測定できる量子度、つまり今私たちを閉じ込めてる空間のエネルギー勾配だよ。具体的に言うと、この天然の罠は一つの洞窟だと思っても構わない。洞窟の中の渓流は地形に沿って流れる。私たちが水の中の魚だとすると、その流れに沿って進み続ければここから出られると思う。そう、つまり私たちが果てしない深淵の底にいない限り、量子度のエネルギー勾配に沿って前進し続ければ、この空間から出る機会を見つけられるはず。壁に沿って歩けば平面の迷宮から出られるのと同じように、その時私たちは火星が固有世界にある表面に戻れるのかもしれないし、未知の世界の泡。とにかく結果はわからないけど過程は明確だよ。漁師はいつもそうだから。
あ、進めば必ず道が開けてなんとかなる。で、
そう理解してもらっても構わないけど、何でもかんでも私がまとめたように簡単だとは思わない方がいい。
Okay, I like that there is some science talk, as people like to dub it, but it's nothing that it's too hard to understand, at least for now.
理論の説明に時間がかかるから仕方なく比喩を使って大雑把に説明しただけだし。関係ないよ。過程を全部飛ばして結論だけを出したとしても、私たちは仲間としてあなたを信じるべきだもん。
そうだね。
そういうことにしておく。でも夢追い人、何か補足はないの？彼女たちの言う漁師の海と違って、あなたはこの空間をデータの海って呼んでたよね。
うん。今まで一般化した漁師の海に触れたことはないから、教科書で学んだ知識で説明すると、私たちの惑星は100年前に大崩壊の侵食を受けたの。でも何かの奇跡のおかげで私の故郷はデータの海に包まれて今日まで存在し続けることができたんだ。
大崩壊による量子化。地球の終焉の繭が世界を破滅させた時に作った世界の泡のようなもの。
Okay, so is she saying that the bubble worlds of Mars are similar to the bubble worlds created by Finality when it resets the world? Like that bubble world where we found Dr. May and Prometheus in chapter 32. That's one of those bubble worlds that Coralie mentions.
Yumeo 謎の通信。もしもし、誰？
Okay, am I the only one who thinks of Digimon every time I see this device?
おかしい。もう切れちゃった。
どんな相手だろう。
敵だったらここまで回りくどいことはしないはずだよ。
この空間が特殊だから外との通信が不安定になってるのかもしれない。
ということは進みながら次の連絡を待つしかないってことかな。
知り合いだったらいいね。でも今のところはそうだと思う。
I see it as a Tamagotchi. I mean, yeah, I can see that.
もしかしたらこの件については万能な大魔王コラリー様が力になってくれるかも。
だったらもたもたしないで。エネルギー勾配の方向はこっち。出発するよ。
Also, doesn't this place look eerily similar with the
今のは
Stargates in APHO2?
カンブリア機534。警戒機能の他に信号中継機としても使える。そうじゃなかったらあなたは通信機を頭より高く上げるなんてバカバカしいポーズをとって信号を強くするしかない。外れないでね。
射撃の時間だ。
really like the new style of combat for these three. I don't know, it feels very smooth. Same color scheme, I think. No cube things like that one. Yeah, I mean it might be just the color scheme and this those crystals that look very similar to Rublite. Right, breakable wall. It's kind of funny when you think that she just broke a wall with a yo-yo. Dear Homo Labs, I completely understand the story or misunderstand the story, so I'll wait for your video about this new arc. Well, you'll have to wait for a while because it will be a while until I will make dedicated lore videos about this story, because I have to make sure that I properly understand it first. But I'm working on a video for newcomers that kinda touches some of the aspects of the part 2 story and how it relates to the story of part 1 and the cosmology of Honkai Impact that we are aware of. So that should come pretty soon. Anime taught me that your characters are OP. True. Is there any project about GGZ? What are you referring to? Any video in making about GGZ? If that's what you are asking, no, I don't plan to make any dedicated GGZ video. But I will tackle GGZ again in future episodes of the Honkai Lore Explained series, which is on hold right now because I wanted to focus more on part 2. But I will resume it sometimes in the next few months.
どうして私たちなの？つまりこの謎の物質も量子井戸の一部を構築してるってこと？
Okay, so I'm assuming this is how they found Dream Seeker and Senadina.
今得られたデータによると、池の底にあるゴム線のように私たちをこの量子空間に閉じ込めてる。
それって私たちは何とかしてそれを抜くべきってこと？プールの水を抜くみたいに？
その例えと同じように、それは危険な行為だ。私たちは渦巻きの中でもがく。ゴムのアヒルみたいになるかもしれない。
でも基地内の無人機が私たちをここから出してくれるなんてことは期待できないと思うんだけど。
それはそうだよ。でも1万歩引いて考えると、量子適応性を持つ人は少なくとも量子の海で餓死はしない。熱い。待って、ケーキのメモリ何をした？
別に何もしてないけど。
これは一体。
この映像が何なのかわからないけど、確かに私たちが2人を発見した時のことが記録されてるね。
So she just touched the thingy and they just got out.
あのキューブが熱くなったと思ったらすぐに眩しい光を放った。そして二人が現れた。一人一人が半分を占めてて胎児のように体を丸くした体勢だったよ。
うわ、外から見るとこんな風になってたんだね。
Cube, yes, Sirin. Apparently, they found both Senadina and the Dream Seeker inside a cube in the Sea of Data after that strange dream where we met the cocoon of Unwoven.
何も準備してなくて残念だよ。映像に残したかったな。
要点を間違えないで。少し前の出来事が私たちの前で漁師の海に再現された。つまりこれも空間以上の一部かもしれないってこと？
Dreamseeker and Senna in bed together? I mean, yeah, kinda.
見ればわかる。それに二人とも関係がある。片方は石から現れて、もう片方は夢から落ちてきた。それだけで言うとどっちがより怪しいかわからない。石から現れるのは別に珍しいことじゃないと思うよ。だってここはデータの海だし。彼女は私が夢で会ったあのセナディアじゃないって言ってたし、私たちと出会う前の記憶もないなら文字通りに石から現れたってことになるんじゃないかな。データの海から急に人が現れる。よくあることじゃないけど別に珍しくもないと思う。冗談だよね。なんて言えばいいのかな。私自身もそうだからというより、私や彼女みたいにデータの海で生まれた人は私の故郷では結構いるよ。
Okay, so this confirms that there are more people that are born from the Sea of Data, which are basically star whisperers, if we make the same analogy applied to the Sea of Quanta. So in essence, these are just people that are based on a random blueprint of data that just pop into existence inside the sea.
生まれながらにして一部の常識を知ってること以外、私たちは普通の人間と比べてもそんなに違いはないの。
And this another thing I was confused about, but I didn't really said anything because I assumed that they will explain it later, or I would find some readable material that would talk about it. How did the Martian civilization retreat in the Sea of Data? Did the actual people of Mars went into the Sea of Data? That's what I thought initially. Somehow they got transported there, but from this dialogue it seems like no. It seems that the civilization on Mars, in the real Mars, maybe was truly destroyed, and they somehow managed to make copies of themselves in forms of star whisperers that appeared in the Sea of Data and continue living there.
生まれながらにして常識を知ってる。あ、例えば私と同じように最初からあなたたちと言葉で交流することができるとか？
確かに宇宙人ならその自動翻訳機を持ってるだろうけど、私たちにはそんな超能力なんてない。
そう考えると、私が自分の名前はセナディアだって知ってること自体十分変だよね。でも想像力を働かせてみて。今の東映は夢追い人がいたから現れたのかもしれない。彼女が夢で私に会ったのと同じように。
I am confused when they bring out the Sea of Data. It is another dimension other than the Sea of Quanta. Sea of Data and the Sea of Quanta are basically quantum spaces, but the Sea of Quanta is a quantum space that it's more adapted to Earth, while the Sea of Data is a quantum space that it's adapted to Mars. But in essence, they are the same, just a little bit different due to the influence of the two planets.
つまりデータの海に関する特殊能力を持ってるから、それを通して過去と未来を占ったりできるんじゃないかな。
そう言われても。
大丈夫、やってみればわかるよ。そうだよね、コラリ。
エネルギー勾配と異常現象の関係を言ってるのなら確かにそうなるけど、でもそういった占いが私たちに実質的な助けをくれるとは思えない。どちらかといえば夢追い人の通信機が正常に戻るタイミングの方が気になる。
やったー、コロリーも夢追い人のことを認めたんだね。じゃあ早速出発しよう。いくよ
誤解しないで。別に夢追い人をそんなに信頼してるわけじゃない。その通信機の役割を認めただけ。
そう言わないでよ。ほら、あの言葉があるでしょ。始めよければ終わりよしってね。
セナ、場を盛り上げるのが得意だね。
張り切って出発。
あ、またさっきと同じ投影。
Okay, so we see Litost.
まだ私を理解することにこだわっているのか。
Ooh, I like his voice actor. Okay, so this is one of the 7 shoes, the hooded guy that we saw throughout the trailers, Litost. And apparently the name of the dog is Donegal, but I see that in English they wrote it a little bit different, because I know that in the Chinese translations that I read, it was written Donegal, like that, but here they wrote it Donigo. But I guess the pronunciation should be the same.
そんなことに意味はない。お前は犬でしかない。こういった街はどこにでもある。外の人間は中に入りたいと思い、中の人間は外に出たいと思っている。闇夜は何もないのに、なぜ私を慰められるのだろうか。忘却の風は全てを撫で、果てしない空だけを残す。ここで意味を作った者もいれば、意味を排除する者もいる。もしあらゆる星がなくなったとしたら、私はうつろな空を眺め、暗黒を崇高なものとして感じるようになるだろう。
この人は誰？どうしてあの犬を連れてるの？
私に聞かれても。
待って、あっちにまた。どう？今回はつながりそう。
Okay, so this is Chensha.
親切姉さん？
あれ？知り合い？
彼女はダメだ。他のチャンネルなら違う。現地調査の結果によると、あの子が失踪した時モバイル通信機しか持ってなかった。他のチャンネルでやってみても意味はない。
Homo, do you know if the writing for part 2 is the same as the one for part 1? What do you exactly mean? If you are referring to the style of writing, it's hard to say yet, because we barely started. This is the first chapter, and it will take some time to ramp up. If you're referring to those big emotional moments that we have in part 1, I have I can't tell you, because we have to give them some time to cook, to build up some tension and some emotion for the characters. But I can say that, at least in my opinion, from what I played right now and from what I saw from the Chinese server, the style feels very much in tune with what we knew about Honkai Impact 3rd. It's not very different. Okay, so I'm assuming that she's looking for the Dream Seeker.
通信機に記録された最後の心拍信号を
The person writing the story, yes,
あの子が行った場所は
it's
データの海以外に
still
ない
a
だろうって
French one,
推測できるけど
as far as I know.
この傾向だ
And
と
he was also the one who wrote part 1.5 and the Moon Arc.
データの海の深部ならあの子を見つけるのは至難の技。このピークは10時17分48秒。一時的にあの子の通信機とシステムがつながったの？消えた。
知り合い？
But one thing I can say is that, at least until now, the translation was pretty okay-ish. Pretty okay.
しかもあなたを探してるみたいだね。
うん。彼女は親切っていうの。私の先輩で同じ先生のところでデータの海の研究をしてる。
そんなの今はどうでもいい。通信機の時間は？
午前10時29分。どうしてさっきの通信記録、午前10時17分。
おめでとう。漁師の海で生配信に間に合ったね。もし運が良ければ。まあいい。まずは一歩目を目指そう。期待値を管理する上で勝手に望む行為は最悪だから。
Those sounds are very funny.
ほら、そんなに順調にいくわけないよね。バカ、気をつけて。
I don't know, man. I just can't take that dog seriously. The fact that the antagonist for the first chapter is a literal dog is so crazy to me. I just can't take him seriously, especially since they gave him that goofy voice and goofy face. There was once a saying: in the vast expanse of the universe, the wheel of destiny ceaselessly turns, ensnaring all existence within its grasp. Yet the truth diverges. The wheel of destiny, grand and pure, remains untainted by mortal affairs. In reality, all things exist only within the penumbra which it casts. Under most circumstances, these shadows suffice, unambiguous to the last detail, for they have to, unless of course some a strangest element forces its way in, giving the shadow of the great wheel the greatness that slaughters all a chance, just like this very moment. Okay, so we are officially in Langche.
これはさっきの
And this is our first introduction to the shadows.
俺たちは海に沈んでる。世界が丸ごと沈んでるんだ。この目で見たんだ。彼らだとしてもありえない。ありえないんだ。
すまない。今は何も言えない。あんたは思う存分恐怖を感じるがいい。そうするだけでここで影はあんたをしばらく生かすことができる。
ここにはたくさんの謎があるみたい。セナたちはまだ近くにいるのかな。
Alright guys, I am going to take a 2 minutes break to sit up and do some stretches. I'm still here, so if you have questions you can still ask them, but I need to do this because I'm starting to feel my back hurt a little. Oh boy. Take care of your posture, guys. Don't end up like me, because let me tell you, it's not a fun thing. Alright, let's continue. Let me arrange my mic. See the reflections and
仲間たちとはぐれちゃった。私自身に戦えるような力はないし、怪物に気づかれ。
おや、これはトラブルが起きたみたいだね。
here she is.
なんて言えばいいかな。これは巡ってくる幸運、それとも逃れられない運命か。
Best girl.
どう思う？
Best girl Songque. However, when the girl was there, she felt she was in a busy street on a summer night waiting for a friend who was running late. I'm sorry, I haven't read this one because I forgot. But let me read them now. Despite the meticulously polished appearance, the strange phantom had an air of opulence about it. Right now, everything was gloomy, dilapidated and lifeless. Except for the lurking monsters, it was hard to find any other signs of life.
まずいね。あんたも他の人たちみたいに驚きすぎてダメになったの？
Okay, so it's something that I haven't picked up on when I looked at others playing. But is this a shadow version of Songque, not the real one?
なんて説明すればいいかな。うちのことを嘘つきだと思ってる人がいるんだ。彼ら自身が嘘つきだからね。気が触れたと思う人もいる。彼女自身の気が触れてるから。でも、うち自身の言葉で表現するなら、うちは商売人だよ。聞くまでもないんじゃない？あんたをナンパするわけないだろ。どう見てもタイミングが違う。まあ、助けてあげてもいいよ。でもわかるんだ。あんたはうちと同じで、そんな浅はかな人間じゃない。うちはね。あんたと真面目な話がしたいんだ。ねえ、あんた。運命を信じる？そういう生まれた時から存在して生きてる間に全てを決めて、そして死んだ後も変わらないものだよ。教えて。あんたは信じる？
Dude, they really like to talk about the fate in this game, huh? With every occasion they get.
あなたが誰なのかわからないし、何をしようとしてるのかもさっぱりだけど、そんなに暇ならやめて。今うちが話してることは真面目な話と言えないの？後ろを見て、そして目の前を見て。ほら、これがうちの言う運命だ。おそらくあんたは自分がどうしてここに来たのか分かってないんだよね。あんたはここで死ぬ。わかるかな？あんたの前に現れたこの災いは大崩壊と言うんだ。
Yeah, this image is something, right? You're destined to die here. This disaster in front of you is called the Great Eruption. What does she mean by that? I'm sorry. Considering the skills she possessed, it was clearly clear that silence was not the answer she was looking for.
どういうこと？うちが今日出会ったのは命を大事にしないやつばかりだ。最高の機会が目の前にあるのに。機会？もちろん今のあんたの運気は確かにいいとは言えない。でもあんたはちょうど天気を伺うことができて、それを少しいじることで正気を立ててる人間と出会った。
Did part 2 drop? Yes, part 2 is out.
どうかな？うちがその運命を変えてあげようか？一体何を言ってるの？俺、この怪物たち。どうやら あんたは面倒な作法が嫌いな人間なんだね。
Yeah, no worries.
じゃあお手本を直接見せてあげようか。お客様、お口に合うかはわからないけど、うちは生活感のあるところが好きなんだ。
Okay, what's happening
と
now?
も山に帰らず、霧雨洗濯をなす。琥珀冬を防ぐに足るも、なんぞ無意の覚悟を思わん。これはさっきの人が持ってたものと同じ。
Okay, so I'm assuming that the person we saw was not the real Songque. But and while I understood the basic concept of Lang Chu with the shadows and stuff, but I won't mention it yet. I will let the story explain it in a bit. This encounter is very weird to me because I didn't understand what she was.
私今また夢を見てたの？それともこれは夢の中の夢？あるいは
Gadget Shadow Major. You obtained something quite remarkable on your first arrival. Check out the gadget you obtained just now. Activate the Shadow Major. In it will enhance its abilities. Tap on the Shadow Major and try it out. When a Shadow Major is activated, so are the corresponding stat bonus. Okay, so for those of you who haven't played it yet, let me explain what this is, because I had a fun time with it in the beta. This is basically a new leveling system specific for part 2, and it goes up until level 25, and at each level you get some perks. At level 7 you gain another crystal energy core that you can pick up on the floor, and the chests in Langche are sealed and cost crystal core energy to open them. So you will find that you cannot open some chests because you can't have enough crystal cores yet. So you will have to level this thing. Other levels straight up give you elemental damage increase plus 50%. Not to mention that all of them have attack, defense, and HP, and bonuses with each level. Like you can see here how much it grows, and the monsters also scale accordingly. So right now I am level 1, and there are areas where are monsters that are way higher level. I think the highest monster that I found in the beta was actually level 25, and even if I would have all my characters at triple S with max synergy on their weapons, I wouldn't be able to go and defeat a level 25 monster right now. I need to level this up. And also in a moment I think it will introduce us to the new system that is only specific for part 2, so don't worry, you won't be using this in the Abyss or Memorial Arena or Elysian Realm or any other game mode. It's specific only for part 2, and this is basically the artifact / relic equivalent of this of part 2, which work similarly but a little bit different. But you'll see them soon enough.
本当に腹が立つ。あちこち怪物ばかりで人っ子一人いないじゃない。
Oh, and also
Senna.
these are the rewards for for part 2. You have this thing which is called Streamer of Starlight, which you keep accumulating and you have all of these rewards. I know that it looks like a battle pass, but it's not really a battle pass. The last row is limited time rewards that end in 7.5, so you can get everything here for free, you don't have to pay, but the last row will go away after 7.5. So you can see here, Coralie character card, here is Coralie's weapon, and you have other rewards like crystals, fragments and other things. And if you achieve certain milestones, you can get BP points, crystals and a Songque stigma. And these are missions and all that stuff that you can do in Langcho. Here is a tracker for all your chests, for example. And here are other small missions you can do to gain some rewards.
少し一か八かかけてみよう。アストラルリングだよね。もう一人の私がくれたならちゃんと助けて。どのコネクターでもいいから私の前に来て。どのってセナが知ってるコネクターは一人だけでしょ。セナディア、必ず夢追い人、本当に来てくれたんだ。まさかアストラルリングってこんな使い方もできるの？考えすぎ。これはたまたまだよ。なんだこれだからやっと片付いたね。夢追い人、そっちは大丈夫？
Okay, so she still calls us Dream Seeker, even though the text says our names, so just like Genshin and Star Rail.
大丈夫。少し前にちょっと危ない目にあったけど、運よく知らない人に助けられたんだ。知らない人に？うん。相手はこの怪物たちと同じように影の中で活動するのが得意みたい。どっちかというと私とは同類みたいだね。でもここに落ちてからあなたもコラリーたちと会ってないってこと？私もだよ。ここに落ちてからずっと怪物に囲まれてて。でもあなたが幸運を与えてくれたみたいだね。つまりあの黒い物質を抜けた時に私たちは別々違うところに飛ばされちゃったってこと？そうみたい。ところであれは一体何なの？私たち一体どうなってるの？この場所すごく不気味だよね。想像してたのと少し違うし。想像？少なくとも先住民がいるみたいな列を作って情熱的に私たちを迎えてくれて宴を開いて、そして私たちがなんだか全然違う存在だって気づいて神として崇めてくれるとか。待って、まさかここがあなたの故郷なの？それは違うよ。そうだよね。でも確かにここは不思議。なんて言えばいいのかな。まるでおじいちゃんやおばあちゃんが話してたすでに取り壊された建物をこの目で見たような。そんな感じかな。私もお母さんから生まれたわけじゃないからそれならあなたの勘が正しければ、私たちはまだ安全だってこと？だっておじいちゃんやおばあちゃんが住んでた場所でしょ。怖いものなんて出たりしないよね。それは私が適当に考えた例えだよ。厳密に言うとここが自分のもう一つの夢なのか、それとも実際に存在する量子空間なのか、 あるいは別の世界なのかすらわからないんだ。
まあ私がここにいるってことはきっと現実だよね。じゃなきゃあなたはもう一人の私に会ってるはずだよ。ああ、私も彼女に会いたかったな。今後会えるといいね。
うん、私も彼女にいろいろ聞きたいことがある。
あ、そうだ、あなたの通信機はやっぱり反応がないの？
そうみたい。
なるほどなるほど。今はこの方法しかなさそうだね。私たちでヘリアとコラリーを探しに行こう。馴染みがないところに来たらまずは知り合いを探すべきだよね。そうだ、あなたを助けた謎の人物もだよ。もしまた出会ったらちゃんとお礼を言わなきゃ。
それはそうだね。
えへん。これって優れたものの見解はだいたい一致するってことかな。じゃあ早速だけど、この辺りで外に通じてる道は一本だけ。もう見ておいたから、そこを歩いていけばきっと間違いないはず。
Honestly, now that I get to actually understand what Dreamseeker is saying, I kind of start to like her more and more. And also the JPVA, I don't know, it's very good. Langchu has many mechanisms sealed by shadows, and they require crystal core energy to unlock. So like I said before, here you can check out your current crystal core energy and the energy limit. This is where you can see it, and you can get up to 3. Reflective crystal core, these are crystal thingies that you can find everywhere, and there are some items in the scenes that are sealed by shadow energy. Objects that are affected by entangled shadows cannot be used. The amount of reflective crystal core energy required to break the entangled shadow state is indicated on the object affected. While exploring, you may find reflecting crystal cores or crystal core clusters that you can obtain this thingy from. The energy can be used to break entangled shadows. Basically, find crystals, get chests. And we level up, and we also got an achievement. And you get these things with every level you... You have... Okay, the mouse sensitivity is a little bit strange. And not all chests require you to use that crystal thing. For example, this one, you can just open it. And just like Genshin, you have these teleporters that... these are basically your statues of the 7 that unlock parts of the map. And this is Langcha. As you can see, it's pretty big. So you will be here for a while exploring, especially since some of the exploration is locked behind levels for that object thingy. So you can go everywhere right from the start. And while in the beta all of Langchu was open, I think that in the live version one of the 5 zones will be opened only after Act 3 comes out. So in the beginning you will only have access to 4 zones. But yeah.
次はそういえばあの犬はどうしたのかな。私たちをここに連れてきたのにまた姿を消したよね。
こっちに来てからあの犬は私を一目見てすぐにどこかに行った。でも隙間を開ける行動から見ると、もしかしたら押し入ったのは私たちの方？
それもあの犬が先に手を出してきたからでしょ。
Give me chest.
宝箱は多い方がいいよね。
Okay, so I was talking about the Dreamseeker, right? That I really like her personality. Not her, I mean, yes, I like the character in general. more after I can understand what she
さっ
says.
きもこんな感じ
And
だ
while
った
her personality is still pretty, I don't want to say bland, but in a way it's very safe, very in line with what you would expect from a self-insert. She's not... you can recognize the other characters for a specific trait. For example, Senna is very bubbly and happy-go-lucky. Coralie is very grumpy all the time and is awkward, socially awkward. Helia is extremely serious, but it's a soft inside. Like, Dreamseeker feels very safe, personality-wise. She seems normal. She seems like a normal person, you know? That's what I mean. But still, from the dialogue, she still has nuances, which is fair, you know? Yeah, the point is that I like her more than I thought.
悪いとキリがないんだ。ねえ、そのまま逃げるっていうのはどう？
おや今日はどうしたの？
Okay, so this is the real Songque.
前回のよそ者の来訪から100年くらい経ってるはずだよ。さてと、巡ってくる幸運？それとも逃れられない運命か？この声は彼女？
え、知り合い？ああ、彼女に助けられたってこと？
うん。この怪物たちは彼女にとってきっと大したことないんだと思う。
Okay. And she lives.
あなたの命の恩人が後ろに下がってるみたいだよ。しかもどん
Okay,
どん
this
下がって
was
く。
funny.
特殊な戦いの準備って可能性も。
She's like, what? I saw her earlier dealing with all those monsters. Why is she running away?
おーい、ぼーっとしてないで。早く逃げないと間に合わないよ。ついてきて。ちゃんとついてきて。今日はちょっと特殊だから相手もいつもより厄介なんだ。追いつかれないように気をつけて。厄介ってでもあなたは手を挙げるだけで奴らを全部倒せるんじゃないの？は？それは何年も前のことだよ。あんたって白昼も見やすい体質？今日だけなら確かに何も反論できない。
You see, for example, I cannot open this chest right now because you can see above it that it requires 2 crystal thingies and I can only hold 1 at a time. But after I get level 7 on the...
どんな冒険が待ってるのかな？
after I get level 7 here on the shadow gadget, I get 1 more. So that's what I meant, that you can really explore everything. And there are various puzzles here and there. I know that in... Wait, what should I do here? I know that in the beta I got all the chests. Destructible crates, and there are those light thingies that you can get, and you need to everlasting light post. You need to put it in this other thing and it will move some platforms for you. And I just gained another level. Also, I don't know if you saw it, but it just gave me crystals for opening a chest. And I got a free Coralie. Which is great. What if you want to fight the monsters anyway? I don't think it lets you fight. I'm not sure because I run, but if I remember from what I saw from the Chinese version when people played it, someone tried to fight it and it just wouldn't let you fight them. Songque would keep nagging you to run. And these things are explosive, but you can hit them and basically use them to throw it in the faces of the monsters.
宝箱は多い方がいいよね。
Oh, also, I forgot to show you, we have a new achievement system that is specific for part 2, which is something that I asked in one of my videos about things that I want to see in part 2. Though I would have loved to see the game's overall achievement system improved, but this is good enough. This only applies for part 2 content. And as you can see, it only gives you asteroids, so nothing else.
次はどんな冒険が待ってるのかな。
Is the game out? Yes, it's out. You can download it and play it. Here's another chest.
いくよー。宝箱は多い方がいいよね。
さてと、ここまで来たら問題ないよ。
Achievement, but no crystal edge. Yeah, but asteroid is okay. It's especially since from now on you'll be needing a lot more asteroid to farm for characters and also farm their weapon synergy thingy. So yeah, you get crystals from the chests anyway.
あんたたち、そんなに息切れしてないってことは、結構体力がある方だね。老朽の道は日々険しくなっていってるから、うちも困ってるんだ。万事順調、万事順調。
それはいいけど、あなたは一体何者なの？
その様子じゃまだ分かってないんだね。みんなはうちのことを小弱と呼んでる。家はこの近くの琥珀街だよ。
I am burning through all my advanced skill materials. I need to unlock skills on the existing elf all over all again. Kifune, don't bother with all the elves because for some of them you will never be using. If you have some gacha elves like I don't know, Kiana, Project Bunny, Alicia, Klein, Randall, maybe do it for them, but don't do it for older elves because you will never use them as Astral OP. Do it only for newer elves that are gacha only. Because otherwise just a waste of resources. For example, you will never use Jingwei as Astral OP.
黙ったままじっと見つめないで。怖いんだけど。
まあ気にしないで。この人なぜか今日は出会う相手と先に夢で会っちゃってるみたいだから。私に出会った時もこんな感じだったもん。
朝雲山に帰らず、霧雨洗濯をなす。琥珀冬を防ぐに足るも、なんぞ無意の覚悟を思わん。へえ、世界って本当に不思議だね。
I am taking precious time out of my studying just to check this out. I wish I could play the game right now. I mean, I feel you, but you gotta do what you gotta do, right? The game doesn't go anywhere. You will get to play it at some point, so don't worry too much about it.
それは100年以上前にうちが古書から見つけた半紙だよ。よそ者と関わらなくなってから一度も行ったことがないけどね。でも時間の問題なんて大したものじゃない。それより片方は自信満々で自分は石から出てきたばかりだって言うし、もう片方は夢を見て犬を追いかけてたら大都会からこんな田舎に来たという。
Yeah, I mean, I would be the same if someone would have told me that.
なんというか、それぞれ独特なところがあるんだね。でも構わないよ。うちはめちゃくちゃなことを受け入れられないわけじゃない。昨日だってうちは、待って、二人が言ってた犬ってどんな見た目だった？
そう言われてみると2本だったよ。
Okay, so she recognizes Donegao because I mean I am sure that majority of you already know because it was presented everywhere. Songque is one of the 7 shoes. So I'm assuming that's why she's familiar with the dog.
それはでもあれを動かせる人はいないはず。ドニグルがその気になったとしてもできるはずがない。ドニグル？ああ、なんでもないよ。こっちでペットが1匹いなくなっててね。
Thanks, I needed that. No worries, and good luck with your studies. I hope you finish soon and you get to play the game.
でも人の前だと見た目が少し特殊になるんだ。あんたたちが見たのと同じじゃないはずだよ。怪しい。まあまあ、こっちにも事情というものがあるんだ。
Okay, am I the only one who sees this, or does Songche gives off part of Helia's energy?
ところで、2人はどうするつもり？はぐれた。もちろんだよ。あなたはここの人だよね。助け合わない？ほら、こっちには夢で不思議な力を手に入れた人や、素性は謎だけど喧嘩が得意そうな人、変わった耳があって変わった知識をたくさん持ってる人、そして普通に見えてすごく行動力がある宇宙人がいるよ。
Okay, she did Helia dirty with this line.
私たちと知り合いになってもあなたに損はないでしょ？彼女たちの身の安全を確認するのが今の最優先事項だよ。でもその後は全てがうまくいったらできるだけ早く桜花に戻りたい。だってデータの海の投影っていう視点で言えば、あっちにとって私は失踪してる状態だから、きっとみんなが心配してると思う。
What other elf is worth to get? I already have Project Bunny and I just unlocked Kiana Elf. Well, if you already have Bunny and Kiana, the only one that is worth for you would be Alicia Elf for Ice. And you literally have everything covered because Project Bunny is physical, Kiana is fire and lightning, and Alicia for Ice.
あんたたちの仲間を探すのはいいんだけど、あんたを元の場所に戻すのは少し手間がかかるんだ。脅かしてるわけじゃない。ここから出られる人は誰もいないし、ここに入ってくる人もいないんだ。それはじゃあなきゃ活発でじっとしてられないうちが同じところに100年もいるわけないだろ。ここのどこがいいって言うんだ。今入ってくる人もいないって言ったけど、私たちは？そうだね。簡単に言うと、あんたたちがここに来たのは確実に事故だと思う。とにかくこの場所が存在するのは何かを外に出さず別のものが入ってこないようにするためなんだ。つまりあんたたちが何度も見たあの黒い影のことさ。ただどうして影なのか、影は何のためにって話になるといろいろ関わってくるから、安定した場所を探してゆっくり話そう。見ての通り、ここは荒れ果てたところばかりだ。神様は扉を閉めたとき、必ずどこかの窓も開けてくれるってことわざがあるだろ。うちも一応顔が広いから、琥珀街に戻ったらちゃんとあんたたちの仲間のことを聞いてあげるよ。琥珀街？ああ、ここで唯一活気がある場所ってところかな。そうだね。人が多い場所で話を聞くのは効率的だと思う。意見が一致したみたいだね。あ、そうだ、自己紹介がまだだったよね。私はセナディア。セナって呼んで。覚えたよ。あんたは？私のことは夢追い人とでも呼んで。
She said dream seeker, not homo labs. The text is a lie.
この場所は初めてだからよろしくね。やめてよ、急にかしこまるなんて。むしろうちはよそ者にもっと会いたいくらいだ。
She casually squatted down, staring inquisitively at the dark shadow not far away. I can't read, I'm sorry.
この老朽は退屈で、わずかな特産品も一言や二言で説明できないような影だし。あ、別の視点から言えば、奴らこそが老朽の本体なのかもしれないね。
Okay, they really like to put her in this specific position. And I can see why. If you have Water Edge, Kifune, you can use Water Edge and spend your currency for something else rather than an elf. At least elf would still be an upgrade over Water's Edge. And Kiana and Project Bunny are the best elves in their field, so you can't really get anyone better for those elements. But I don't know, it's up to you.
老朽影、そういえば私。まあまあ考え込まなくていいから。そんなに影が気になるならちょっと遠回りしよっか。成り立ちは複雑だけど単純なところもあるんだ。
Yeah, no problem. Glad I could help.
行こう行こう。
Hello, Headshot Gamer. The girl tried to stand up, but instead swayed precariously for seconds before returning to her previous position, thoroughly frustrated.
どうかしたの？
ごめん。しゃがんでたせいで足がしびれて。
Oh my god.
支えてもらっていい？
Literal Pardo energy. This is... Mei-sama, help me, I got stuck in the box.
変だね。うちも年を取ったのかな。
Okay, so this is a joke to the fact that she's over 100 years old. Yes.
そう言わないでよ。人は誰しも予想外の出来事に遭遇するものだろ。少し信じられないかもしれないけど、大崩壊が訪れる前はこの老朽は世界でも上位に食い込むような大都会だったんだよ。琥珀街しか話のネタにならない今とは大違いだ。
つまりその大崩壊の結果の一つが影なの？
ああ、そういうわけでもないよ。むしろその逆かな。
張り切って出発。
I can't open the chest yet. Getterable items, Balsam of Transience, Starfall Blossom, and Sentience's marker materials used to level up gadget Shadow Remnants and can be obtained from various locations in the map. So you also have random gatherable things, like flowers and other materials on the map.
ほら見える？正式名称は分野庭園七星月。あ、名前に騙されないで。実際はただの釘でしかないんだ。
Okay, so this is one of the 7 nails. And we know that these were put in place by the 7 shoes to keep the corrosion of the Sea of Data at bay.
釘？あ、影を固定するために？
そう言っても間違いじゃないね。でももっと重要なのは、こっちも影の力を利用して世界を固定したってこと。うちが話した大崩壊の話を覚えてる？あれはもう100年以上前のことなんだ。わかりやすく言うと、 一夜で知ってる世界のすべてが無限放
Yeah,
題と
those
化
were
したんだ。
nails, and there are 7 of them.
でも法要ならおのずと泡が多いところと影が多いところがある。ここまで言えばもうわかると思うけど、そう、影の部分が他のところより多いならそれを存分に利用してみんなの生活を守らなきゃ。運命を変える。
つまり一体どういうこと？
言っただろ。大崩壊が世界を滅ぼそうとしたけど、うちら、つまり老朽の住人はそれを認めなかった。
そう言われてもこの世界の泡がどうなってるのかわからないよ。あ、ここって世界の泡だよね。
わかった。あんたは学生だね。うちら琥珀街の人間は100年も閉じ込められてるけど、昔の世界がどんな感じだったか少しは覚えてるよ。昔は学生というやつらがいたんだろ。毎日学校という場所に行っていろんな先生に質問して答えを得る。そういうやつらは根掘り葉掘り聞くのが好きで、例えばなぜ1年は18ヶ月あるのか、なぜ1ヶ月は37日もあるのか、38日もある月はどうなってるのか、
Okay, so
なぜ時計は右回りで左回りじゃないのか、そんな質問は数えきれやしない。
they follow the Martian calendar, and since Mars is further from the sun than Earth, for them a year is 18 months, not 12. And again, a month is 37 to 38 days, because they are Mars, which, you know, it's a cool attention to details.
そう考えると夢追い人は本当に質問好きだよね。じゃあ小雀先生、さっきの運命を変えるっていう言葉の意味を説明してもらえる？
言ったじゃないか。大崩壊に対抗するためだって。あれはあらゆるものを消す大災害だけど、幸いこっちの影は夢中醤油が一番得意だから。
And again, this is very similar to Salt Snow, Holy City, and Sa, because Sa used its authority to create something from nothing through wishes, and these shadows work very similarly, right? They kinda can create anything from nothing, but they require instead of people wishing from something and that thing happening, you trade fear for things here with the shadows.
いや、厳密に言うとそうでもないけど、あんたたちは影と器の関係を知らないみたいだし。百聞は一見にしかずって言うし。
次はどんな冒険が待ってるのかな？
Enter Dreamer of Loss. Okay, so this is the equivalent of domains for part 2. Dreamer of Loss, an anomaly where monsters emerge, dangerous as it is. If you have what it takes to tame it, there are quite a few benefits to be had. However, taming shadows must be done step by step. Why not start with the weak ones? And again, it has 3 difficulties that are unlocked by leveling up your gadget. What happened to Songque? She nothing. She was just screaming. It doesn't let me choose a team here. Okay. and these drop material for upgrading your supposed artifacts, but you'll see that in the moment. And this is what broke the game in the beta. If you would enter in one of these domain dreams of loss, the game would lag a lot.
安心して今みたいなわざとらしいやり方はそんなに多くの敵を引き寄せられない。それにこの老朽では何事
Okay, I didn't get to read that, but she was saying that in Langchu everything is about equivalent exchange. And she's talking about the shadows. The people here exchange fear with the shadows, and the shadows can provide them anything they wish for said fear.
よくやったさあ夢追い人どこで拾ったのかはわからないけど少し借りるよ老朽カンカン影それこれを聞けキュッ次はどんな冒険が待ってるのかな
Okay, so we got Silence of Nothingness. Installing the gadget, it allows deployment of a field. The wickets within the field will automatically attack enemies. Wow, the gadget has undergone an incredible change. Shadow of Misfortune. They also need the gadget to bring in the abilities. Try Shadow of Misfortune. Equip. I almost forgot, we need to go back. Precious items need maintenance. By consuming the corresponding material, Shadow of Misfortune can become much more powerful. So this is how you upgrade them, and they give you more stats. So, like I said, this is the equivalent of artifacts, relics, and again, I reiterate, it's only for part 2 zones. These are not... you don't use this in other game modes, you don't use this in Abyss, Memorial Arena, Elysian Realm, so you don't have to worry about them. But they work a little bit different from how they work in Genshin and Star Rail, in the sense that you don't equip them on each individual character, instead you equip them to this gadget and they apply for your whole party. So you don't really equip them to characters. And you have this one which gives you a major benefit, and it gives you attack and HP, and it has an effect. After using an active skill, the gadget will summon 2 extra wickets to deal physical damage to enemies on the field, and if I level it up to level 10, it gets another effect. And on the other side, I can deploy creature aspects or sigils, and these also have some kind of effects, but also have 2-piece, also come in sets, and they have 2-piece set bonuses. For this type of sigil, when I have a 2-piece equipped, all members gain 80 attack, and this comes with plus HP and reduced damage taken by the squad, which is not very desirable, but it's the only one we have. You can equip more, but we don't have any right now. And we will get more sigils like this, which are a little bit more powerful, and you basically change them depending on the situation. For example, there is one that is very good in fighting against enemies that are surrounded by shadows. There's another piece that is very good at fighting stardust enemies. So you really have to change them based on the circumstances. And you can see you can have up to 5 different loadouts if you want. Hi Homo. Did you get Senadina? Yes, we pulled for Senadina at the beginning of the stream. Is Songque better than 1-star Kiana? I got her in the first 10 pull. I think you refer to 3-star Kiana, Elf Kiana, and I am not sure. I think Songque is still better than 3-star Kiana, because that's the base level you get an elf at. Either 2 or either 3. But I know that at 4-star Kiana it's better than Songque. Okay.
顔見えてもちゃんと警戒してるんだよ。セナディア、ターゲットに接近中。
どう？ちょっとは強くなった気がしない？
なったというか、なってないというか。
きっとなってるよ。何しろ老朽での生活のあらゆる面はこの影たちと関係があるからね。具体的に説明すると結構複雑だからそうだね。物には時節って言うだろ。
回収？回収？
Fair catering.
回収だってば。でも確かに言葉遊びの要素も含まれてる。さっきも言ったけど老朽では何事も等価交換が重要。
影と取引？人間みたいに交流できるの？
まあ今言ったように百聞は一見にしかず。当てずっぽうに推測するのはやめよ。郷に行っては郷に従うつもりなら問題ないよ。物は大きい方がいいと言うし友達も多い方がいいに決まってる。
え、本当にそんな話があるの？
さあね。とにかくうちの師匠、彼はいつもそう言ってたよ。
I wonder who is her master.
って違う、口を挟まないで。うちが言いたかったのは老朽が今も海底遺跡になってないのはその釘たちのおかげってこと。だから日常のお手入れはとても重要な仕事なんだ。
海底遺跡、データの海のこと？
知ってる？分野庭園七星月はその名の通り全部で7つもある。100年以上経ってるけどうちは毎日見て回って必要だって気づいたらほうきを召喚してお手入れするようにしてるんだ。でも偶然と言うべきかな。よそ者のあんたがここに来てすぐに大当たりくじを引くとは。さっきあんたから借りたもののことだよ。久しぶりだね、古き友。今回あんたは新しい仲間と一緒にいることになる。
Okay, so Songche is familiar with this gadget, and for those of you who watched the trailer in CN about the 7 shoes, if you remember, one of them, Ajita, was holding this exact same device in her hands. So I'm assuming that this belonged to her in the past, and that's why Songche can recognize it.
これは貴重なものなの？
そうでもないよ。放棄というより亡骸って言った方が正しいかな。数十年前にはうちの仲間として
It used to be my...
みんなのために世界のあちこちの手入れを手伝ってくれた。
Wait a minute. It used to be my companion helping us
エネルギーが尽きたんだけど。
take care of this world decades ago, but that led to the depletion of its energy. Okay, so she also used it.
だからうちはこいつを影に埋めたんだ。いつか生き返ってまたうちらと一緒に仕事をするんじゃないかって心のどこかで期待してた。
I see.
それならあなたに返した方がいいんじゃないかな。
だってあなたにとって大切な仲間なんだよね。
いや大切だけど似たようなものを数百個も見てきたんだ。一番使いやすいものは今も使ってる。今日はたまたま持ち歩いてないだけだよ。それにあんたたちは縁があって自分のものとして手に入れたんだ。その時から
老朽には守護者が2人もいるってことになる。それはいいことだろ。遠慮はいらないよ。
Okay, so there are more of these things.
待って、結局のところあなたの代わりに働いてほしいってこと？
人聞き悪いな。働いた分だけ収穫がある。それにこっちは10日交換にこだわる老朽だよ。さあ、報酬を並べ立ててあげるから後で自分で確認してみて。
Song chestnuts. What? What is this?
いい景色。え、もう行くの？行くよ。
And if you stay in this shadow thingy, your HP is constantly drained and you cannot jump. But there is one artifact that lets you stay in the shadows for a time. I'm not gonna engage these because they are higher level and it's just not worth it. Just gonna go on with the story.
何年もこういう仕事をしてたらやっぱり少し大変だろう。
半年だけならまだ大丈夫かも。でも1年以上ならきっとやめたくなると思う。
うちは100年もこなしてきたんだ。
みんなついてきて。宝箱は多い方がいいよね。よいしょ。みんなついてきて。セナディア、ターゲットに接近中。いくよ。
Recognize this path. If you played the Grisio event, or Star Rail for that matter, but yeah, it's a big step up when it comes to exploration over the previous open worlds. I mean, if you compare this to Colostan, it's night and day difference, and even with APHO, it's much better.
みんなついてきて。いくよ。はっ、よいしょ。宝箱は多い方がいいよね。
Another level. And I got another piece. Empty words. This gives me defense, enemy take bonus elemental damage, and 2-piece set, all team members gain 80 attack. Wait, is this the same as? Yes, it's the same set, so I get the attack
こう見え
bonus.
てもちゃんと警戒してるんだよ。お、よいしょ。
の先に何かあるみたい。
じゃあ飛ぶよ。
ああ、飛べ。きっと粉々になって醜い死に様を見せるだろうな。
それは。
ねえ、彼らは夢追い人、この距離でキャッチできる？
ああ、相手にしなくていいから。
何を言ってるの？そんなわけにはいかないでしょ。
言うことを聞いて。うちらが手を貸したら、むしろ彼らの金儲けの邪魔をすることになる。もしかしたらあそこから落とされるのはうちらになるかもしれないよ。ほら見て。
これで十分だよね。
ああ、少なくとも次の回収までは大丈夫だろうな。
ほら言っただろ。
Okay, so I knew what was going to happen. That's why I didn't say anything because yeah. So basically, the people in this bubble world trade fear with the shadows. So they have to get scared some way or another to build up fear. And this is what was happening. She was never really going to jump. She just tried to gather some fear.
よそ者にとっては変わってるのかもしれないけど、これは老朽の純朴な風習と言えるかな。
ねえ、一体どういうこと？さすがにみんながユニークな趣味を持ってるってだけじゃ説明できないと思うんだけど。
まさか。今あんたが見たのは彼らの生き方だよ。人が必死に生きようとしてるとき、それはいつもおかしくて追い詰められてるように見える。影がない場所だってきっと同じだろ。
私はあまり経験がないけど、なんとなく悲しい話だってわかるよ。夢追い人、あなたの故郷もこんな感じで生計を立ててるの？
どうかな。一応大岡市には市民福祉制度があるけど、もちろん欲しいものが全部手に入るってほどじゃない。でも話を戻すと、さっきの2人は死に急いでるように見えたよ。
ああ、それはうちが悪かった。ちょっともったいぶっちゃったね。前にも話したけど、影が一番得意としてるのは無中生有なんだ。
無中生有と10日交換。つまりあなたたちも無中生有のやり方じゃないとダメってこと？
おや、頭の回転が早いね。うちがいつかやっていけなくなったら、あんたと一緒に大道芸をやろうかな。
でも10日交換するなら、あなたたちは何を取引に使うの？さっきの2人は何もしてないから何も得られないんじゃない？
うん。でも彼らは怯えてた。
I don't know, this is a very interesting concept, trading fear for something. And I hope that they, not only that they will expand on this, but the other bubble worlds on Mars all will have something unique like this. Because since these are bubble worlds, they can have any kind of laws they want, because it's not the proper world. So anything goes here.
それって何の説明になるの？
とてもシンプルだよ。影との取引に使うのは彼らの恐怖。
その通り。
それって一体どういう理屈？データの海は今日を実にすることができるけど、人の欲求に完全に従うだなんてありえないし。
And I'm really happy how they explain the sea of data, because as we veteran players who have played through the story, we already know how the Sea of Quanta / Sea of Data works. We know that it has strange laws, we know that anything can happen in there, and we even know that wishes can be granted out of nothing. But a new player doesn't know these things, and I really like how they present this, because it's clear to me after reading this that Hoyo wrote this with a newer audience in mind, because they are slowly reintroducing us to these concepts again, and even for someone who hasn't played the game, it kind of makes sense. Yes, you probably have a much easier and better understanding of these things if you have played through part 1 and part 1.5, but I really like how they are going about this.
それにどうして影は恐怖を必要としてるの？それはうちもどう説明していいかわからない。火を起こせば料理ができるって誰もが知ってるけど、火が何なのかは説明できないだろ？確かに。全ての炎がプラズマっていうわけじゃない。この世界特有の法則みたいだね。初耳だよ。データの海に対する私の理解はやっぱりまだまだ足りないみたい。
常識外れだから私にとっては理解しやすいけど、よく考えたらめちゃくちゃ地獄絵図だね。生きていたければずっと怯え続けなきゃダメなの？
まあ昔と一緒だろ。大崩壊がまだ訪れていなくて、老朽もまだ切り取られていなかった時代は、そう簡単に何でも手に入るわけじゃなかった。人以上に苦労してこそ人の上に立つことができるというし、時々怯えるくらいでいい生活ができるならみんなにとっては公平なんじゃないかな。
切り取られた。おかしい。いつ聞いても聞き覚えがある気がする。一体どこで？
Split. I wonder if Langsha was part of something else at some point and it got split, and this is why it's in the current situation. And it's also very weird how, I don't know if this is just a translation thing, but they use common phrases that you find used on Earth. I would imagine if it's a Martian civilization, they wouldn't use phrases like this, because these are kind of specific for us. Which again makes me think maybe this is something intentional, and the connection between Mars and Earth is a lot more interesting than we initially thought. Maybe Earth is Mars's Project Ark, huh? That would be something. Which one should I choose from the box? Keys of Void, Keys of Castigation, or Iris of the Dreams? I mean, which one? Which character do you have? Do you have all three of them? Do you have Hersher of the Void, Hersher of Thunder, and Fallen Rosemary?
そうだ、私の記憶が正しければ、あなたは確か前回よそ者に会ったのは100年以上も前のことだって言ったよね。もしかしてあなたはもう数百歳ってこと？
Oh boy, she got her.
別にそこは主張したかったわけじゃない。16歳でもいいけどね。
I just don't have HOT. Honestly, my recommendation would be Iris of the Dreams for Fallen Rosemary. And you can later pre-arm it, and FR, while very outdated, if you're a new player, you can still get quite a lot of use out of her, because she is an okay support for Lightning Team, and she can also function as a budget quantum DPS. But she requires her weapon. Her pre-arm, to be exact, at level 50. For that. So if you're a new player, yeah, I would go for Fallen Rosemary's weapon.
そんなに適当なの？まあその聞き方が悪いんだよ。女の人はみんなそうだろ。1000年生きてたとしても今は16歳だ。急にそんな話をしてどうしたの？もうとっくに慣れてると思ったのに。ということは、まさか私は人間が老いや病を克服した世界にやってきたの？
Yeah, that's another good question. How are you still alive?
そういうわけでもない。というか、うちに出会えてあんたは本当についてるよ。今のうちは強そうには見えないだろうけど、この小さな世界では一応珍しい存在なんだ。
Okay, so it's not something common for this bubble world. It's just her that lives that long, which makes sense. Since she's one of the 7 shoes.
もちろん、うちの恐怖の底が彼らよりずっと深いだけだとも言えるけど。ああ、話がそれたね。この先が琥珀街だ。こんな荒れ果てたところに長くいる必要はない。どう？目的地まで一気に進む？次はどんな冒険が待ってるのかな？
Let me explore for a bit.
みんなついてきて。張り切って出発。張り切って出発。みんなついてきて。
All right. Yeah, Coralius weapon and some fragments. Yes. So as you can see, it's very easy to get both Coralie and her weapon. And her stigmatas are login event rewards. You will get them by logging into the game for 3 days consecutively. And not only that, you'll get them at level 50, so they are fully upgraded. You don't have to spend any kinds of materials for them. Let me take this one as well. And this leads us to Amber Street, which is the main hub city for Langcha. Meanwhile, in a dark room. Though negligible in number, all those who have set foot in this dark space who would concede that it was cramped, oppressive, and exuded an ancient sort of putrefaction. But it was precisely in this kind of place that people often developed the illusion that they were confronting the abyss. Just as someone in a certain civilization once said, "Though I am confined within a nutshell, I regard myself as the king of infinite space. The shadows cast by the wheel of fortune might be displaced by a light, but they would never be reduced to nothingness for no reason." Okay, who is this? She didn't awake from a long slumber. On the contrary, she had long enjoyed eternal sobriety. Having spent an eternity in this state, what was once called reality had now become still waters for the tendrils that constitute her perception. All this time she had been sitting here waiting to hear the sound of a certain object shattering beyond repair, but at this moment a faint glimmer unexpectedly reached the depths of the dark, deep lake that was her heart. Okay, that's an interesting voice. Muttering vague words of approval, the figure in the shadows remained wrapped in distant memories.
何度も考える価値などないと思っていたが、もしかしたらこの世界は本物の星を服従させ、神々に匹敵するかもしれない。
However, before deciding to change her strategy, she had to find a reason or some kind of to motivate herself. Okay. After a long while.
思いついた。
Okay, so now we are on Amber Street. Which, like I said, is the main city for Langcha. And there, you cannot fight here. This is like Osha, where there's a lot of people, but you can find chests.
今はあまり賑わってないけど、ここがまだ観光名所と呼ばれてた頃はかなり有名だったよ。あ、聞き忘れてたけど、お腹は空いてる？何か食べようか。人をもてなすのは久しぶりだけど、ここの食べ物は本場の味ばかりだよ。他のところだととっくに失われた技法だと思うんだ。もちろん。そこの看板は見える？当初から何代も一人で技法を受け継いできた料理人たちがここに残ってなかったら、その技法は消え失せてただろうね。外には絶対に視点がないし、食べたことがないって保証するよ。
その前に周りの人たちにコラリーとヘリアについて聞いてみよう。あ
あ、彼女たちにも食べさせたいんだね。
人が揃わないと一緒に食事ができないっていう視点で考えれば、それも間違ってない。
ならちょうどいいね。どうせうちもいろんなところを回る予定だったし。
回収の件で？
ああ、回収は毎日見られるものじゃないから、情報が遅い奴らにも知らせてあげないとね。そのついでにあんたたちの仲間の行方も聞いてあげる。初めて来たあんたたちをここに放置するなんて、うちも安心できないし。
今はそうするしかないよね。セナは
She's gone.
わかった。でも少女くん、後であなたとどう戻るかっていう話をしたい。ずっとここにいると他の人たちが心配するから。
戻るね。いいよ。でも先に言っておくよ。どうすればいいのか分かってたら、うちもとっくにここから出てる。もちろん出会ったのも何かの縁だし、力になれることがあれば必ず全力で手伝ってあげる。
Alright.
どこに行こうかな。
Let me get to this teleporter.
そよぐ風も地殻の一部だね。
Chest. But like I said, the NPCs do look good. Maybe a little too good.
少しブラブラしよう。
Alright, I think that I will stop here for today. And surprisingly, it's not because my back hurts, but because I'm kinda out of time. I have been streaming for 4 hours and I'm tired and hungry. and I have other things to do. But yeah, it was a great stream. I will probably finish this act by myself tomorrow when I have a little bit of free time. But I might stream the other acts when they are released. And I might be streaming the next parts on Twitch. Because if you don't know, there is a streamer event right now on Twitch, and I might want to participate on that, earn some crystals, and just try out Twitch to see how it goes there. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Wait, let me first see. Can I return to... Yes, I can return to Osha and continue after that. Okay, and this is the dynamic bridge. After entering the story chapter, yeah, the bridge will default to the new one. The character display will change accordingly. Which can change freely, and you can change to the other bridge. Awesome, awesome. By home I'll have to catch up on parts of the story since I've been working, multitasking. But nice to catch your stream. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I'm sorry that I'm not able to finish the story right now, but I really have to go. I would love to stream more. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. And by the way, tomorrow I will post a new video. It will be a Star Rail video about Sparkle, so stay tuned. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Thank you. Bye bye.